Claudia? Claudia? And I will moderate the opening session. And also will ensure that smooth flow
between the sections during the forum. The event will be held in a hybrid format, a combination between in-person and a virtual one. It is very exciting to meet each other here in presence after 1 year of virtual meetings, but also to have the opportunity to hear the voice of speakers from all over the world. Adesso permettetemi di...
Now please allow me to speak Italian, which is the language that I am going to use to introduce Italian guests. With a great pleasure that I would like to invite the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry from Italy, Mr. Stefano Patuanelli, who is going to give you a welcome speech, and then he will introduce the session of the afternoon. Deputy General Secretary of the United Nations, Mr. Mohammed, ministers, representatives of international organizations and agricultural organizations, representatives of the institutions, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a great honor to welcome all of you here to Italy, to Florence, and to the Open Forum of the G20 on Sustainable Agriculture. It is an initiative that this presidency wanted to have among the events linked to the agriculture ministerial meeting that will take place tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. And this forum, which is an open window of the G20 countries to non-G20 countries and international organizations, farmers associations, the scientific community, and farmers. We will discuss together the great theme of sustainability in the field of agriculture in its three fundamental aspects, the economic, social, and environmental aspects. These are very relevant topics for the future of the planet. We will also talk about the growing demand for food in Africa and the fundamental role of international cooperation. Agriculture is a sector that has a priority role for protecting the planet. Farmers and animal husbandry farmers are the first protectors of the soil, protecting the land from natural catastrophes and to make the land productive. And this is important to reach economic, environmental, and social sustainability. That is one of our targets and is one of our objectives. Why do we have to talk about sustainable agriculture in an international forum? Sustainability in the field of agriculture, and in particular, its impact on food and agricultural systems, on the land and on the community, goes beyond the frontiers of each country. The choices of the ministers of agriculture should be able today more than ever to plan and implement policies capable of providing a positive contribution to climate change, whose impact has to be universal. The same holds true for policies to have decent jobs and decent wages. We see that many people flee from the land, and this will have global consequences in terms of the possibility to produce food for all humanity. We'll have the honor to listen to Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, whom I would like to thank for having accepted our invitation, even though she's very busy in view of the United Nations Summit on Food Systems. I would like to thank all ministers and representatives of the organizations, international organizations, and all speakers who have accepted our invitation to participate in this forum and share their experience. This was not taken for granted. Of course, being here in presence, a great emotion after 1.5 years, which was very difficult throughout the world. It's wonderful to meet all the colleagues dealing with agriculture. I hope that this debate will result in a common commitment and a renewed alliance at the international level and in the public and private sector to take up the challenges of the 2030 agenda in order to have increasingly sustainable model in line with the problems of all the different areas. Thank you, and I wish you a very successful meeting. Thank you, Minister.
To give the floor to Her Excellency Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations and Chair of the United Nations Sustainable Development Group, for her key note remarks. She will attend the meeting remotely, so I honored to give her the floor. I don't know if there are any problems.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please.
Can you hear me? Can I start?
Yes, you can start.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Madam, we can hear you. You can speak.
Thank you very much. Minister Fatinelli, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. To start with, I would like to thank the Italian government and particularly the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Forestry Policies for organizing and hosting this very important event. Agriculture is fundamental to every country, developed and developing alike. This sector not only feeds the world, it is also a major source of income and employment in all countries and supports the livelihoods of hundreds of millions of people working in agriculture. And the importance of this sector will be a key part of the upcoming Food Systems Summit discussions. As you may know, I had the pleasure of spending several days in Italy 2 months ago as part of the Food Systems Pre-Summit. And next week, the world will gather at the Food Systems Summit hosted by the Secretary General to accelerate action in support of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The summit couldn't come at a better moment. As the G20, under Italy's presidency, has made clear, transforming our food systems offers one of the best opportunities to support global recovery from COVID-19, while also achieving our shared goals for people, planet, and prosperity. While priorities differ across countries and regions, this is truly a global agenda. Throughout the COVID-19 crisis, we have all seen the incredible challenges people face in feeding their families, and in the case of food workers, feeding the world. And while COVID-19 has undoubtedly made the situation much worse, these challenges are not new. People and our planet have been under tremendous pressure for decades. Today, around 800 million people in the world are still hungry. Malnutrition remains widespread, with some 2 billion people suffering from micronutrient deficiencies, and obesity is increasing globally. Meanwhile, approximately $1 trillion worth of food is lost or wasted every year. This is a tragedy. Reversing this trend will feed 2 billion. It will be an important moment to accelerate and scale our efforts to address these issues. It will also be a moment to reckon with the environmental impacts of food systems. We know, for example, that food systems account for around 33% of all greenhouse gas emissions, according to recent estimates. And they're the number one driver: biodiversity loss, land degradation, and water use. These are huge challenges. But the Food Systems Summit process has reminded us that we already have many solutions that we need. Those on the front line of our food systems: women, indigenous people, producers.
humanistic capitalism, his basis, and whose values are inspired by agricultural and farmers' values. So please come. First of all, thank you so much for your invitation. Thank you for this marvelous venue, which is considered one of the most beautiful theaters across Italy. President, am I right? Look, it's marvelous. I am pleased to be the chair of all the Umbria theaters, and seeing this hall all empty, all for us is a great feeling. This gives us a great feeling, and it shows us that we are born once again. I just want to mention one of my experiences. I was dreaming something in my lifetime. It was working for dignity, the moral and economic dignity of human being. I've always been thinking that the work is the pillar of dignity. So I spent half of my life I have to say till 15 years old in the countryside. We were working with animals. We had no energy in our house. I'm 68 years old, but that period of my life is still in my heart. Everything starts from the land. All the big teachings of the land are enriching me and my life. We had something like 30 quintals per hectare in our farmland. When we were cropping the wheat, my grandfather used to collect that wheat and give it to the community like a gift. So from then, I started to really understand the big value of profits and gifts that we have to remind, that we have to highlight. We were treating our animals, which were needful for us, like in a familiar way. We called them by name. We were collecting water. We were cleaning all the fields. And there was that great feeling in the night, staring at the starry night and the starry skies, looking at the sun, how it was the sunset, understanding whether it would be a rainy day or not. So looking into the sky, we were listening to the church's soundings from far. We were thinking of what was happening in the day after. So then, after a while, a terrible flooding climate event took away everything from us. Everything was destroyed in our farm. Everybody was crying, but the neighbor farmer borrowed us some quantities, big quantities of wheat. So we were really thankful to him, as my father told me and my family also. After that experience, we tried to work at our best in order to recuperate every single field, every single centimeter of that land. This is wonderful. In that time, I believe we were living in a kind of perfect equilibrium with all the world. We should use less the word sustainability, but we should think of living in harmony with all the world. After that, we moved to the city, and my father was working like a worker. Sometimes he was crying because he was offended at his workplace. He said, why they had to humiliate me so much? He was not complaining about his salary. He was complaining about the humiliation he was undergoing in that person. I was 16 years old at that time, and I told myself, I don't know what I will be in my future, but I want to do it for the dignity of man. Then, like all the other young people of that age, I tried to approach the study of engineering. I was attending every day, of course, the bar, and the bar was a kind of life university for me. The bar was always full of people, and there was always someone listening to your soul. And nowadays, I have to say, nobody is able to listen to your soul. After that, I started to work with the Kashmir, but I don't want to talk about this. But in my enterprise, I was, first of all, focusing on the right profits. There is a big law which is based on creating profits without making any damages to others. I just wanted a company growing in a normal way. growing along with the territory, boasting a special relationship with all the constituents of our planet. I just wanted the people would be able to earn something more, also because in Italy, if you consider that if in Italy you have a 1,000 euro salary, you cannot really live in a dignitous way. But I just wanted to help them to earn something more, so that you are able to look at something else, something which goes beyond the normal and ordinary things. So if I esteem you and my workers, they will be creative, they will be happy. And this is what I try to do in my enterprise. So I have to say, of course, the last 2 years have been very tough for the soul, for the body, for everything. But these last 2 years have been wonderful from the spiritual point of view, at least for me. In these 2 past years, we have been staring at all the creatures and the planet. And I believe that something will always be with us. We will never turn our backs to poverty. And then, from now on, we will carefully look at where every product is made, where that product was produced in a way. So I want to urge you all to find a new relationship with all the creatures on this planet. Socrates, Platone were talking about, till Rousseau, they all spoke about this kind of relationship. But now we have to renegotiate a new social contract with all the creatures on this planet. So I would like to be a keeper, a transitory keeper of all these goods. That I would be too inspired by the sky and the star, like when I was younger. But let me conclude by saying that if a good project starts from the mind, going through the soul, maybe we have made humanity more beautiful. So please, behave like my father always tells me.
Infinitamente.
Thank you so much for these wonderful words that are going to inspire us, and for having called upon the concept of solidarity that also the Deputy Secretary of the United Nations mentioned.
It's time to open the sessions. The forum will be organized in 4 sessions. The first, within the general framework of economic sustainability, is focused on increasing productivity, employment, and value addition in agricultural systems. This session will be chaired by Marion Jansen, Director of Trade and Agricultural Directorate of OECD. So I invite to come up on stage Marion Jansen, the Commissioner for Agriculture of the European Union, Janusz Wojciechowski, Luis Planas Puigades, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food of Spain, Gerardine Mukeshimana, Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of Rwanda, who will attend remotely, Hamad Al-Passan, Deputy Minister for Animal Resources of the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture of Saudi Arabia, Lim Kok Tai, Chief Executive Officer of Singapore of the Food Agency, Dua Abdel Motal, Senior Counselor at the World Trade Organization, who will attend remotely. Please, dear guests, you can come on the stage. Ettore Prandini, President of Coldiretti, Franco Verrascina, President of Copagri, the farmer Serena Stefani. Marion, I will give you the floor.
Honorable Ministers, honorable government officials, honorable farmers' representatives, and honorable participants here on site, but also online. It's my pleasure to be with you here today and to welcome you for this first session of the Open Forum on Sustainable Agriculture. My name is Marion Janssen. I'm the Director of the Trade and Agriculture Directorate at the OECD, and I will be the moderator for this session. We have heard before that the agricultural sector, food systems in general, face important challenges. At OECD, we like to speak about the triple challenge. The challenge to feed a growing population over the world, the challenge to provide incomes to those who are making their living off farms, and the challenge to do all this in a sustainable manner, or, as we heard before, in equilibrium with creation. This is difficult, and at OECD we believe that in order to meet all these three challenges at the same time, it will be necessary to sustainably increase productivity and to achieve better resilience of the agricultural system. Over the past decades, we have achieved already a lot. Productivity has increased, and we have seen access to food increase. Poor populations increasingly have access to food. Calorie intakes have increased over the past decades, and undernourishment has decreased. We have also seen that it has been possible to produce more, but not using more and more land. Production of food has increased fourfold since 1960s, but the use of land for agriculture has only increased by 10%. So these are good achievements, but we have to do more. At OECD, we have been working on innovation for increased productivity upon request by the G20 already since 2015. We continue to work on this topic often through networks of experts and of government officials, our farm-level analysis network, for instance, our our total factor productivity network. We also support researchers who work on new innovative methodologies in agriculture through our cooperative research network. We work with them and we learn from them. But today, we are here to learn from this distinguished panel of speakers. Now, I told you at the beginning of the session, that the food system faces three challenges. I face one challenge. We have 50 minutes and I have 8 speakers on this panel, and we will have to stick to time. I therefore count on you, dear panelists, on site and remotely, to not speak more than 4 minutes. I will start with you, dear Commissioner Wojciechowski, Commissioner for Agriculture of the European Commission. One of the key topics of this open forum is agricultural productivity, the topic that I spoke about. Could you share with us some ways in which the European Union aims to improve the economic sustainability of its agro-food sector, and the extent to which ensuring open international markets are part of the solution? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for invitation and for possibility to share a few reflections on this very important topic. As a part of our quest for sustainability, the European Union has just completed a reform of its common agriculture policy, and the specific objectives of the future CAP encompass the 3 dimensions of sustainability: economic, social, and environmental. Increasing productivity and promoting employment are firmly embedded in these specific objectives. Direct payment will remain largely decoupled from the type of production. The coupled income support has instead been modernized to help sectors overcome their difficulties by focusing on improvements to their sustainability, competitiveness, and the quality of their produce. In terms of livelihood for farmers, direct payments will continue to play their role in sustaining the level of income of agri-food producers and reducing the gap with the average income in the rest of the economy. They will also limit income unpredictability, a major problem for farmers around the world. Improving the fairness, effectiveness and efficiency of the distribution of direct payments is a key priority of the reform. In practice, it means reinforcing income support for those who need it most and who deliver more for the CAP objectives. One of the important instruments is the complementary redistributive income support will play an important role in this respect. As a general rule, EU member states have to dedicate at least 10% of the direct payments to the redistributive payment to increase payment for smaller farms. In the last 10 years, the EU did a lot of work to improve the functioning of the food supply chain. We have found ways of improving business-to-business relationships through directive on unfair trading practices. We have increased transparency in the food chain, particularly through better price information, and we have worked to help the organization of supply by encouraging farmer cooperatives and interbranch farmers organizations and developing better marketing methods. The EU invests heavily raising the living standards of rural communities and improving the social economic sustainability related sectors. We just a few months ago, in the end of June, we presented our long-term vision for rural areas. As outlined in our vision for European rural areas, the development of a sustainable food system will embrace growing consumer demand for safe and sustainable food by promoting short supply chains, organic farming and local food systems. This encourages better employment and sustainable economic development in rural areas. Investment in digital services for rural entrepreneurs and residents offer a unique opportunity to bridge distance and give rural areas a boost as attractive place to live, work and start innovative and connected businesses. Agriculture is central to both rural areas and wider society. 40% of land in the EU is used for agriculture and 100% of our citizens rely on the food security provided by farmers. By supporting our farmers, we are investing in the well-being of our rural communities and society as a whole. Because the time is limited, and maybe one reflection at the end, that this is a very good place to this conference in Florence, in Tuscany, because we can observe the success story of the Italian farming and especially in Tuscany, development of the organic farming and short supply chain. I had an opportunity to meet farmers today on the market, farmers directly selling their local products. This is a very well-organized structure of these relations between farmers, processing industry, and the market. This is a very important role of the cooperatives, well-organized farmers, and I'm sure that this also one of the farmers told me today that this is the farm to fork, this the strategy for a more sustainable production. This is only one strategy for the future of agriculture. He confirmed very, very strong that this is the good direction for the food security in the future. And it was very interesting, inspiring meeting. And this is the direction which we go in the European Union, more sustainable production, maybe not so much intensive, and not the quantity, but quality of production is the most important. Thank you very much.
I thank you very much, Commissioner Wojciechowski, and please, you were starting an applause. Happy to join the Minister in an applause for your intervention. Thank you. You said we are in the right place to speak about sustainable agricultural production. We are also at the right moment to speak about irrigation. We just heard the water falling on his theater. Minister Planas Puchadas, you are the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food in Spain. Irrigation is an important topic both for increasing productivity in the agricultural sector, but it doesn't come without risks, in particular in this period of climate change. Is it possible, from my side, a question to you, is it possible to continue developing economically sustainable irrigation systems in drying regions like the Mediterranean basin where you come from? The floor is yours.
Many thanks, Marion. Caro Stefano, thanks to the Italian presidency of the G20 for organizing this open forum. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, well, I think that is possible, and it's possible in a context where climate change, and is a basic assumption, is increasing the desertification in many parts of the world, including the south of Europe, where I come from Spain. And it's very clear that is in this context we have to change the paradigm of the water management as done in the primary sector. In Spain, we have 23% of our agricultural land that is irrigated, and I used to say always in public that is the jewel of our crown, our agri-food system, because in fact it's 6 times more productive, 4 times greater incomes for farmers, and 3 times more employment. And in this context, during this crisis, the COVID crisis, we have been suffering all together. It's very clear that the resistance of the agri-food sector has been closely linked to the irrigation and the key part of the Spanish food system. And I think that now, for the time to come, and for the new period of economic growth, it will play a central role, from an economic point of view, but also from an environmental point of view, about soil erosion, about capture of CO2, about biodiversity. All elements are linked, can we say that, with water. And you mentioned, Marion, in the beginning, the increase of the production of food, 70%, according to FAO, in the next 3 decades. So how to reconcile this need to provide food with the water scarcity that we are facing in the time to come? I think that we have to get the most of every drop of water. It's so simple and so complex as that. And it means that the ecological transition and the digital transition that we are facing, we have to get the most from it. That means too that from the water use, we have to begin to change the use of some part of the irrigation from conventional waters, surface waters, groundwater, to non-conventional water, recycled water, desalinated water. I think that is key to be done. And I think for that we have new things. We have big data. We have technologies that can improve the situation. It's also that we have to decrease the waste in the transport and distribution of water, and we have to have, can we say, develop an intelligent system of developing the application of water that, as I said before, we use we take the most from each drop of water. So I conclude. I think that the alternative is not between irrigation or non-irrigation. The only solution, I think, is sustainable irrigation. That I think that we have the means and the will in the Union. The Commissioner has repeated that many times, Janus, and myself as Minister, on all of us, and I think from the EU, but also from other parts of the world, that we are trying to achieve the most, knowing that we are in a different, can we say, situation and a different answer that we have to do from that. Thanks very much.
Thanks to you. And thanks for also linking this idea of new technologies, including data management technologies, in order to make sure that we make the best out of every drop of water. Our third speaker, I've been informed, will be joining us remotely, Minister Gerardine Mukeshima, Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of Rwanda. So I ask the technicians whether the minister will be with us. I don't see.
Yes, sir.
I hear you, Miss Minister. I do not see you yet. Can we get the image? Could I get instructions, please? Should I start without the image? Shall I ask the question? I've been told, Ms. Gerardine Mukeshimana, Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of Rwanda, that I should ask you the question without seeing you. Apparently you can hear us. Ms. Mukeshimana, in many African countries, you have a big challenge in front of you. Not only many economies there will have to make the most out of each drop of water. You have important challenges in front of you to improve management of natural resources, to make necessary investments in physical and social capital, and that includes also investments in infrastructure for commercialization and scaled-up post-harvest processing. Could you share with us some of your experiences in Rwanda and the way Rwanda is working in order to achieve increased agricultural production and generation of employment in rural areas? The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator.
Now we see you.
As you mentioned, now you see me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Excellencies and your participants. I also want to thank the government of Italy for organizing this meeting on sustainable agriculture. So coming back to the question, first of all, I want to mention that in Rwanda, we still have a work to do to increase productivity of crops and livestock, to produce food for household consumption, but also to produce surpluses that can be traded and processed to generate additional employment. So you find that we are really heavily involved in research and extension, works that are supporting access to inputs, especially quality seeds, seedlings, and animal breeds with a high productivity potential, so that we can have enough food. Second, I want to mention also that in Rwanda, we still have issues of post-harvest losses. So you find that good work of private sector, even public sector, is involved into post-harvest loss management. And these are done in various arrangements, and you can find them purely being done by the private sector, you can find them purely being done by the public sector, you can even find them in PPP arrangements. So on this, most of the work goes into supporting access to the cold chain, dryers, storage facilities, but also into supporting, respecting standards. There is also involvement into the energy and roads, especially the rural roads, to make sure that the produce can leave one area to the next and can be distributed across the country. In the rural area, we really work hard to promote SMEs and private sector investment in agro-processing across the whole country. And this is done also in special economic zones that are located in different parts of Rwanda. When it comes to SMEs, access to finance is a key challenge. To support this, the government of Rwanda tried to put down arrangements such as matching grants, guarantee funds, or even providing public facilities such as park house facilities to employ young graduates that are involved into fresh produce that goes to local, even export markets. For instance, I can provide an example of the work we do with African Cooked Foods, which is a PPP company that is linked with over 100,000 small-scale farmers that are supplying maize and soybeans. But also I can provide other examples of processing plants, but this one specifically employed over 500 people. Other programs that we do to support SMEs, especially youth and women that are involved in agribusiness, is we have put down what we call a business development fund to support them with the guarantee funds and access to finance, because we know specifically when it comes to youth and women, access to finance is a big problem. We are targeting at least to reach 1.5 million youth to be employed into the food system by 2024, and we take that as a big challenge to us as a government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this voice that joins us from Rwanda here in Florence in Italy. We will go from Rwanda to Saudi Arabia. Dear Deputy Minister Hamad Al-Bachan, your country led the G20 last year. Italy took over from you. You are Deputy Minister for Animal Resources, and the name of your ministry, I will mention it very slowly, Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture. The drop that we have to make the best use of is in the title of your ministry. Thanks for being with us today. Responsible agricultural investments have been one of the main topics discussed under the Saudi Arabian G20 presidency last year. What do you see as the role of responsible investments in innovation systems, and how can they help tackle obstacles like productivity increase, but also addressing problems like pests and diseases?
That's a tough challenge, but I will try my best to answer it. First of all, I would like to thank the Italian presidency for organizing this important forum. Definitely it comes at the right time with all what's happening right now with the climate changes and with what we are going through, COVID-19. Luckily, things are easing a little bit up, but that's why we are meeting here today. And I would like also to thank the people of Florence for receiving us in this beautiful venue. This is really a breathtaking place. Going back, moderator, to your question about the investment. Definitely Riyadh. Last year in the G20 in Riyadh, we have recognized the effort of the World Committee on Food Security and the principles and the work that they have been doing and continuing to be doing. And it was a revival of the principles of the investment and the responsible investment in agriculture. On the one hand, we are facing many challenges: climate change, increase in world population. And on the other hand, we recognize during our work that the aggregate investment worldwide in agriculture is decreasing. It's not actually increasing, it's actually decreasing. And we have set 5 pillars on tackling the issues, which is also as another continuation of the World Committee on Food Security. I would recognize the work that my colleagues from Spain mentioned. We have been living in a region that is most scarce in terms of water resources. And definitely increasing productivity is the key issue, is the main challenge for Saudi Arabia. but I will give you a few examples on how we did it. And maybe it's a new issue for Spain, but it's been generations after generation for Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency, we have reduced our water consumption in the agriculture sector by 50%. Yet we have increased our productivity and our contribution, the agriculture GDP contribution to our GDP tremendously. We estimate that we will be able to double the contribution of agriculture by 2030. How is this going to be done? By keenly investing in innovation and technology. We've been working very hard on recognizing the contribution that can be made by the fourth industrial revolution, on linking the physical, digital, and biological worlds. When we are doing that, definitely we can understand the multi-variables that are affecting our productivity. And working with, for example, artificial intelligence and getting those all together helps our farmers. So we're investing in technology heavily. We are setting policy toward investment in smart farming, helping our farmers, investing on our farmers, creating platforms for farmers to utilize this smart technology to increase their productivity. And we have been successful in the last 5 years. Water is a key issue in Saudi Arabia, and we are the largest water desalinator in the world. We are currently working very hard on finding solutions, and we are being able to reduce our costs tremendously from desalination. But desalination is not sustainable per se. Sustainability is your ability to manage each drop that you have. And my colleagues from Spain mentioned that it's not to irrigate or not to irrigate. It's to increase your productivity for each drop that you are getting, whether from the ground or from all the sources that you have. The situation is being challenged also by, as you said, by pests and diseases, etc., etc. We are also investing heavily on crop tolerance for salinity and for diseases. And this is what is helping us tremendously in improving our productivity. And we have created extension platforms for our farmers to dig into the knowledge, to understand what is happening, to transfer the research and the knowledge that is within an academia, within a research institution, directly to the farmer. And this is the main investment that we are doing. We have invested almost $4 billion on just rural development programs. Last issue I would like to say, for example, the digital technology in Saudi Arabia. Currently, no matter what you subscribe to, what company, in the rural area, you can roam from any of the providers. It doesn't matter whether you're an X company or Y company or Z company, roaming locally is possible now for all farmers. And this is why we are linking them. This type of investment, I think, that will drive our productivity, our farmers, investing the farmers and the knowledge, and facilitating access to technology, access to market, increased our farmers' productivity, and in general, helped us a lot in Saudi Arabia to negate the risks and to manage our natural resources in a much better way. And my advice to my colleagues here who are only recently facing droughts, we have been working with this for a very long time. And we recognize that sustainability is the best way for productivity. Thank you.
We thank you. And I hear nature, I hear a lot about traditions, but also about very, very modern technologies and how to bring these technologies into every corner of the country, including into rural areas. We are going to move from Saudi Arabia, from Rwanda, Saudi Arabia to Singapore, and from rural areas to urban areas. We have with us Mr. Lim Kok Tai, Chief Executive Officer of Singapore Food Agency. Thank you for being with us. So we've moved to Asia now. Urban farmers, that's something we haven't touched upon yet. Urban farmers are farming, that's creating a new type of economic, social, and environmental opportunities to grow food in and around cities. And Singapore is a city. What kind of experience can you bring about the role of urban and peri-urban agriculture in increasing, notably, food resilience? The floor is yours, Mr. Lim.
Thank you. First, let me thank Italy for convening this open forum, this very important forum on sustainable agriculture and the opportunity for Singapore to share our experience. As many of you will be aware, the world population is growing, and this has leading to higher demand for food, which is projected to increase by about 60% by 2050. On the other hand, climate change and extreme weather, they are threatening food supply from traditional agriculture. And scientists are estimating widespread declines in crops yield by up to about 25%. So in the face of such challenges, the issue of food security is being brought into very much sharper focus. Singapore, being a very small country, we face a very unique challenge like other countries in feeding our populations efficiently and sustainably. So let me share some of Singapore's experience. So you will be aware that Singapore is a very small city-state with limited natural resources. Singapore needs to therefore leverage on technology to transform our agriculture sector to one that is high-tech, innovative, and sustainable. High-tech urban agriculture has already shown its potential to be more productive, climate resilient, as well as sustainable. Some examples include purpose-built closed containment aquaculture farms that can produce many more times the production level of open sea coastal farms. The other example is the indoor vertical vegetable farms can also reach yields of 10 to 15 times that of traditional soil-based farm while using less land. These controlled growing environments also minimize the impact of climate change and extreme weather conditions. Farms in Singapore are recognizing the opportunities and environmental benefits of designing circularities into their processes. This intervention allows companies to gain a competitive advantage in an increasingly resource-constrained world. Let me highlight or share two farms in Singapore that have successfully leveraged on innovative technology to raise productivity and improve sustainability in their production processes. The first example is a local egg farm called N&N Agriculture. The farm converts its poultry waste to biogas using an anaerobic digester. The biogas is then used to generate electricity to power the farm, and the solid byproduct of the anaerobic digestion is also used as compost for growing vegetables. So as a result, the farm requires low energy input and generates little waste. The second example is Sky Green, a hydraulic water-driven vertical vegetable farm. The system is highly energy efficient, uses no pesticide or chemical fertilizer, and incorporates a closed-loop water system, which uses only 5% of water required compared to conventional farming. As the agriculture sector transforms, we also expect to see a bigger shift in the agri-food sector workforce towards one that is highly skilled and manpower efficient. There will be such demand, and to do this, Singapore also works with our institutes of higher learning and local farms on programs such as diploma courses and structured internship to equip students and adult job seekers with the relevant skills. Back to the moderator's question about urban farms, I think different countries have different circumstances, and they will need to look for unique solutions that best suit their countries. If you look at the examples that I cited, that I shared, they actually don't use a lot of land, but they produce much more than what conventional farming would have done in the opens, using the same amount of land. And because they are also circulating their waste back into the agri-inputs. So these are examples that actually Singapore needs because we don't have a lot of land, we don't have a lot of workers. So we do need to look for such solution. One specific advantage of urban farms is that they can be located very much closer to city areas and thereby sort of reducing the distance that the food will travel. And that actually increase the freshness of food. And these are all very important points that we are looking at. And that's how we think it's important to look at technology and innovation to even allow small cities, city-states like Singapore, without a lot of land, resources, both energy as well as water, to be able to do some local farming so that we can sustainably feed our nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And very interesting, this variety of experiences here in this panel. And also, I think it shows how much we can learn from each other in changing conditions because, as you mentioned, Mr. Lin, you all have adjusted to the circumstances in which the country is operating. We go to our next speaker, and I would like to tell the organizers that I'm trying to target to stop at 45. If I can go longer, please give me a signal. I now hand over remotely from Singapore to Geneva. I hope we have with us Ms. Doa Abdel Motal from the World Trade Organization. Doa, are you there?
I'm here, Marion.
Great to hear you, Doa. Doa, a friend and former colleague from the World Trade Organization. Great to see you. Doa, we hear a lot about local short chains. We also at the same time hear experiences from across the world. You work for an organization that deals with trade. What can be the role of trade in making agriculture both productive and sustainable? Over to you, Doa.
Thank you very much, Mary. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the Italian presidency. Thank you, distinguished ministers. It's a pleasure for the WTO to join you at this meeting, even if only remotely. Marion, the topic of this session is productivity, employment, and value addition. But I wanted to start, if you allow me, by stressing the vital role that international trade plays in ensuring global food security. So other than productivity, other than employment, and other than value addition, food security really needs to be at the center of the discussion when we talk about international trade. International trade feeds 1 in every 6 people around the globe, as you all know. And with the very unfortunate onset and very fast progression of the climate crisis, international trade will become even more vital to ensuring global food security. And in that sense, I wish to thank the G20 for the important role that it has played on the issue of export restrictions during the COVID-19 pandemic and in stemming the tide of these restrictions. I'll now come to your question, Marion, productivity, employment, and value addition. First of all, over the past 25 years, the value of international trade has tripled. Agricultural trade has tripled. And this is a reflection of the very strong international demand for food that there is and of the need for us to allow food to cross borders. Much of that trade, Marion, goes through value chains. And as the FAO's SOFA 2020 tells us, a third of global agricultural exports cross borders at least twice now. And global value chains are really the future of international agricultural trade. Now, global value chains in agriculture generate 20 to 30% of total agricultural labor force employment. And this is across all continents, so no continents are excluded from global value chains, contrary to some perceptions that are out there. And the smallholder farmer also forms part of these global value chains. Agricultural value chains are a driver of economic transformation, not just in the agricultural sector, but in all the non-agricultural sectors that assist with agriculture, such as services for transportation distribution, all the industrial goods that are involved in agricultural trade, and so on. Global agricultural value chains lead to a better allocation of resources across all economic sectors, higher productivity across all economic sectors. But with respect to food, they increase the availability of food, they lower the price of food, they increase consumer choice, and they allow for technology and capital transfer. My message to this forum is that we must protect global agricultural value chains going forward, given how important international trade is to global food security. We can do so by supporting and strengthening all corners of the WTO rulebook, whether on services, whether on investment, whether on intellectual property, whether on industrial goods, whether on non-tariff barriers to trade, or, of course, the agreement on agriculture itself. The WTO stands before an important rendezvous, which will take place in November this year, which is its 12th ministerial conference, where we really hope to make progress in strengthening the rule book and in eliminating a lot of the trade restrictions and distortions that stand in the way of the ability of food to travel. I want to thank the G20 once again and the agriculture ministers for having made reference to the 12th ministerial conference in their draft communique. Thank you for your support, and we will certainly keep our fingers crossed for a successful outcome. Thank you, Marian.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you for having been with us today. Thank you for this call to action for the ministerial conference at the WTO in December, and looking forward to the discussions also here at the G20 ministerial. We come back to Italy, and we come back to those who do the farming. Mr. Ettore Brandini, you are president of Coldiretti, a major farmer organization in Italy, and Italy manages in several sectors, including in agriculture, to get this combination right, to be at the same time local, have strong traditional ties to its production, and nevertheless being able to compete at the international level. How are your farmers doing this, and what are the challenges they face in the future to be able to meet your triple challenge, being sustainable, having ties to the local environment, but being competitive? The floor is yours.
Grazie e un ringraziamento, permettetemelo, al nostro.
Let me thank our Italian government, President Draghi and Minister Patuanelli for arranging this G20, but also for focusing on the role played by farmers and by agriculture and agri-food sector to be played in the future. We think sustainability and the environmental transition is a great opportunity, not a problem indeed. We believe that in the same way, now more than ever, we have to invest in the research field. In our country, research was not so much supported or properly supported. Now research must be fundamental to properly answer to production capacity, but also to face climate change. We believe that this effort must be done now within the European Union, not only at the national level. Of course, we are now pushing for cisgenetic NBT to be recognized, so to provide precise answers related to a production capacity that, on the opposite, due to climate change, we risk to lose. Likewise, we believe that renewable energies are indeed a challenge we have to face. Biogas, biomethane, and also relating to the issue of new fuels, sustainable for the are indeed a challenge, an opportunity that agriculture in Italy can offer in terms of research and opportunities for our companies. At the same time, we believe that when we talk about renewable energies, we do not have to believe that agricultural soil must be taken from the productivity and the production of food. We must start from the idea that, okay, we have been able to produce more over the last few years, but we have consumed agricultural soil now more than ever. Over the last few years, during one generation only, at the worldwide level, we lost 93 million hectares in Italy. In the last 3 decades, we lost an agricultural farm, 1 out of 4 agricultural farms in terms of possible crops. So from this perspective, we believe we have to carefully study the demography of the soil, whatever will be the population growth at the world level. So from this point of view, may I say again, the main challenge we have to face on one hand is to produce more, of course, in a sustainable way, thanks to research, but also on the other hand, we have another challenge, which is to provide an answer to the waste of food. Nowadays, unfortunately, 40% of food which is produced by the farmers is not reaching the consumer. And this generates also a kind of poverty for many populations which are now facing the impossibility of providing or accessing to food. I mean, we have obviously to invest on territorial aspects, means not only territorial aspects, but biodiversity of the territory, which is wider and deeper than the normal and ordinary challenges looming ahead. Also from this point of view, Italy is an excellency worldwide. We have the highest bio variety all over the world. We invested on the creation of a distinctive mechanism on the production of agri-food products. So when we talk about this distinctive aspect or biodiversity, we talk about history and culture, which belongs to a population and to a country. So for this reason, we must focus, and all the countries have to focus, on a frontal fight against the counterfeiting of agricultural products, agri-food products. Italy exports 50 billion products of real made-in-Italy products all over the world. In the world, there are more than 100 billion products recalling Italian products, but they are not Italian. So it's not just a fight against the economic value, which is indeed important, of course, but it's a fight for the new generations who believe in agriculture, who invest in agriculture, who want to work and make their wish come true in the agricultural field. So we believe that the challenge is not just a dimensional one. It is given by the dimension of the single companies. It's not due to the fact that a company is small or big. We represent all and every kind of shape of farms. So, but we have to represent them all. We have to create a system. We have to create big short chains to distribute products and distribute economic values within the short chain. So there is a paradox, just to conclude. In the world, who is producing food has no access to food. Unfortunately, there are the conditions where farmers over the past 2 decades were not enjoying their products. So if we really want, and I just really want to conclude, if we want to consider the challenges looming ahead, we have to take care of giving a proper economic value to Italian farmers, and not only Italian farmers, to those from all over the world.
Strong call for action, fair return for the Italian and global farmers. You said there's a contradiction in this, the things that happen, but you mentioned many tensions between history and future, between challenges and opportunities. There's a lot to be done, but nevertheless I sensed optimism, positivism, a sense of possibility there for Italian farmers and hopefully for farmers around the world. Franco Verascina, President of Copagri, thank you for being with us today. You also represent a farmer organization, and you will also speak to us about the targets of environmental sustainability that have been set for Italian farmers at the European level. Mr. Prandini said us maybe those targets are not just a challenge but also an opportunity. I look forward to hearing from you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for this invitation. It's a very important moment for comparing our views. We really care for this meeting. Agriculture really cares about this great meeting. So, what to say? I believe there is the need of working hand in hand. When debating about sustainability, well, if we talk about sustainability, it is social, economic, sustainability. All these must be also connected, as you rightly said before in your interventions, must be connected to the productivity, the need, the demand for food for all the world, but also for our country. Productivity is connected to the incomes, of course. We have data. 100 million people in the world, thanks to this pandemic, are now suffering food poverty. There is food insecurity worldwide due to the pandemic. It is up to us to relaunch agriculture. It is our duty. We have to do it. It's a moral duty. We have to face this challenge. The priority now is to protect the farmer's income. I agree with Minister when he says that without environmental sustainability, there is no future for agriculture. The same attention, as he rightly said, must be paid to the economic aspects. So, from my point of view, okay to environmental sustainability, okay to safe and high quality production. We have to work on this also, but also okay for increasing the production, despite we have less lands day by day since many years, okay, but also guaranteeing the proper income. We cannot produce while being in a loss. Farmers, they are producing in a condition of total loss. We have to say, in the last few months, there was a kind of wheat war because it increased in its price. I mean, we have to think about it. If we do not give the proper income to farmers, they will not produce. So it's the same history repeating. So I believe that we have to keep on working all together, to work as a unique and a joint system through short chain agreements while guaranteeing quality, the defense of a Mediterranean diet, which is attacked now, also defending the made in Italy from our point of view. So, Commissioner, you agree? I just want to mention this. I don't want to go into the details of this. I don't want to exaggerate, but we cannot allow ourselves to let others play with our things. We must be clear. We cannot let others play with this. There must be a short chain agreement and a pact, an agreement with consumers, because they are those who can bring outcomes. We have to guarantee quality products at fair rates, considering also the situation which is undergoing for consumers. Then, issues to be solved. Farmers first. I'm talking to Commissioner first of all now, in this case specifically. Farmers are asking us environmental sustainability, meaning, I will be short, meaning many engagements and commitments, many costs with inferior and less resources compared to the past. I don't want to talk about farm to fork. We don't have time. I don't want to go into the details. I will be just generally speaking about this. So just allow me to say this. Farmers do not want to step back from these responsibilities. They believe in this. They proved this in the past few years. They are proud and they are convinced about that. But they are concerned about these costs. These costs cannot be borne by the agricultural world. We must consider this. We have to consider that we want to go for a sustainable agriculture. Of course, we want to give our kids whatever we got when we were kids. We want to do it at our best, to let them live on a proper planet where they can properly live. In a sustainable world, of course, I would like to say more, but I see that they are telling me to be short, so sorry, I have to stop.
Commissioner Wojciechowski, you were told that you may be able to give some responses, that we would have a second round of questions, but I have been told there is no time for this. We are relatively on time, but we started late. I've been asked to stop after the next and last intervention, and therefore, Ms. Serena Stefani, you're the last speaker. You are going to wrap this session up. And we heard from the two previous speakers that being sustainable, producing quality, but making a living out of this, receiving a fair price is currently not easy. I've read in my notes that your farm is in Tuscany, in a region where farmers have left the countryside. How do you manage? How do you cope? And how do you see the future? The floor is yours. We look forward to listen to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm honored to be here in this forum, such high-level forum. I'm Serena Stefani. I'm an agricultural entrepreneur, and since the last 2 years, I'm chair of one of the 6 consortium in Tuscany. My company is nearby. It's a farm which I inherited by my grandfather and grandmother. So I started work there when I was 20 years old. I decided to stay there and live there. And 80 years ago, with my husband, we decided to go on with this activity instead of moving to the northern part of Italy, where he had a similar activity. So we decided to stay here. It's a small company. It's a mountain company in the inner land. So we have 2 main points in our company: functionality and territory. What we do? We crop, feed, cereals, ancient grain, ancient wheat according to biological agriculture. We have a small animal breeding of pigs, which are a local breed, and we have an important activity linked to horses. We breed horses, but not only. It would not be enough from the economic point of view, so we have developed a kind of training and guides, tracking related to the horses within the Apennine Park. So we also have a small farm holiday structure, so we allow our guests to stop and to stay there and sleep overnight. So we have many facilities. These are the main elements of our research for economic sustainability we were talking about before. So in order to get to a proper income, allowing us to have employees also and able to look for a future investment, we have to do all this. So in order to survive on the market, we have to focus on the quality of our production and their unique nature. Also, we have to focus on services because it is necessary to keep the link with tradition, history, and the environment where we are located. So this is the stronghold of my company. The market is now on our side, fortunately. I'm also chair of a consortium. Consortium di bonifica.
Reclamation.
We deal with the planning of water courses for reducing water-related products and risks and irrigation. For all the rest, talking about climate change, we have to say we are forced to search for solutions to keep and accumulate water during the rain period, reducing the hydrogeological risk and redistributing the same product when it is much needed for the crops. It is not just used in the summer when drought is there, of course, but also to fight against freezing phenomena, which are repeatedly happening, unfortunately, over the past few years. So it's clear that if we consider agriculture, the development of agricultural activity, we cannot set aside the water issue. Water is extremely important. It's crucial for the development of agriculture in Tuscany. So also farmers in Tuscany, but also in Italy and world farmers, of course, need to get a secure access to this resource at acceptable prices, of course, in order also to develop long-term projects that allow the resilience in the face of extreme weather events, also guaranteeing the growth of sustainable agriculture, which is able to create value, economic development and social growth while improving the environment and the land, and also the quality of the lifestyles of the communities living there. So
thank you for finishing with a success story, because your story is a success story, and also for reminding us that also you need sustainability in your inputs in order to be able to function. I will not try to summarize this session. The discussion was too rich, but I let you go away with this richness and with an invitation. I would like to invite you, when you go away and eat some of the wonderful food that we will probably be served here in Florence. Think of the words of Mr. Prandini, of Mr. Varashina and Ms. Stephanie, of their calls for action, of their request for solutions, and maybe in the coming days when we are discussing solutions, we will be able to find them. Please join me in giving a big applause for this first panel. Thank you very much. This was a wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marion, and thank to all the speakers for this interesting debate. Now, while the speakers are going back to their seat, I will invite the other speaker, the speakers of the second section. I will remind you to bring your earphone. So in the second section, we will talk about the need to improve the livelihoods and inclusive economic growth of rural communities. This session will be chaired by Stanlak Samkanje, Senior Director for the Strategic Partnership Division of the World Food Programme.
Eccomi. Pronto? Sì. È risolto il problema?
Giorgio Mercuri, President of Alleanza delle Cooperative Alimentari. Igor Boccardo, CEO of Gen Agricola, and Pharma Valentina Stinga. I invite you all to be concise since we are a bit late. Please, Sankanja, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm Stanley Samkange. I'm the Senior Director for Strategic Partnerships in the UN World Food Program. Agriculture has always been with us, at least for the last 10,000 years of human history. And that's both a benefit and a challenge. It's a benefit that agriculture is always going to be relevant and will always be there. But it's a challenge because agriculture needs to evolve, and agriculture needs to constantly stay modern. It needs to keep up with the rest of society. That's why I'm very happy to be moderating this panel, because we have two issues that we're focused on today that go right to the core of that challenge that agriculture faces. One issue is the issue of inclusion. That's inclusion of people, so ensuring that no one is left behind, but it's also inclusion of agriculture. In many parts of the world, in many areas, agriculture itself is being left behind. Ministers of agriculture struggle to get the resources that are needed for agriculture in the context of competing challenges from other sectors and with other ministers. I was elected a few months ago to chair the Development Partners Group for Agriculture in Africa at the continental level. This is one of the challenges that, especially in Africa, but also in other areas, the narrative of agriculture, making it modern, making it focused on growth, making it relevant. Key challenge that this panel is focused on. Second is the issue of livelihoods, jobs, making those jobs interesting, relevant, so that people stay in rural areas and want to be part of agriculture in rural communities. There's no government anywhere that's not focused on good jobs for people. And that's a challenge this panel will deal with. Also, I'm very pleased we have here a young farmer interested in agriculture, staying involved in agriculture in the rural community, and many countries struggle to find that formula that interests young people in agriculture. So I think we have a very exciting panel in that regard, and I'm pleased to start with Her Excellency Ambassador Ambassador Nsifo Nkaba, who's the ambassador of the Republic of South Africa to Italy and the Rome-based agencies. Ambassador, the debate on the sustainability of agricultural production involves many themes, including environmental issues, land tenure, and the integration of youth, women, and family farming into global value chains, among others. Can you tell us of some of the challenges faced and approaches applied by South Africa to improve livelihoods and inclusive economic growth? Thank you. And I would, Ambassador, before you start, I was asked by the organizers to ensure that we stick to time on the panel. Please, if everyone can keep your remarks to no longer than 4 minutes, and please don't, so that I don't have to interrupt anyone. Ambassador.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, distinguished participants. I would like to first start by congratulating the government of Italy, in particular Minister Stefano Patronelli, for organizing this open forum on sustainable agriculture. And this being an open forum that comes at an opportune time when we are all preparing to participate in the United Nations Summit on Food Systems taking place in September during the UN General Assembly. The summit aims to develop strategies that will accelerate sustainable development goals because of inherent linkages among some of these goals with matters of food security. In South Africa, having held a national food systems dialogue which provided an opportunity to evaluate our current strengths and gaps and challenges. And we have examined how we should deal with the challenges both of inclusivity, including dealing with economic growth in the context of agriculture and food security. In South Africa, we have also acknowledged the fact that opportunities that exist are also being pursued in the context of multiple challenges of food and nutrition security, decent livelihoods, environmental sustainability, and climate change threats. For South Africa, food systems are characterized by dualism. On the one hand, we have a well-developed commercial agriculture in food production systems underpinned by modern technologies and efficient value chains that are servicing domestic and export markets. On the one hand, we also have a cluster of vulnerable subsistence farmers and smallholder farmers that struggle to be integrated in the food value chains. As a consequence of this duality in food systems, there is increasing vulnerability amongst both rural and urban communities, especially for small-scale producers, because of unemployment and inequalities, including limited access to land, water resources, and energy. We're dealing with some challenges related to underdevelopment of infrastructure in rural areas and in township settings. And to that extent, South Africa has outlined a plan to deal with how best to improve livelihoods, including dealing with matters of inclusive growth. The government of South Africa has introduced various support programs to mainstream a number of initiatives for farmers into participating in international agricultural value chains. We have adopted a multi-pronged approach in respect of those interventions, including improving our policy environment. We seek to repurpose government procurement processes to enable government also to acknowledge that it provides a market and for inclusive growth, particularly for the vulnerable groups. We then provide opportunities that would encourage participation for various production schemes in agriculture. South Africa has got an agriculture and agro-processing master plan which seeks to draw linkages for local farmers, integrating them into national and international value chains. And I would like to then also acknowledge the fact that South Africa is a signatory to the climate change Paris Agreement, We have developed adaptation strategies that look at production systems for agriculture in terms of shifting how best to grow food in likely contexts of challenging climate, in particular during the periods of drought. We're working through various science institutions within South Africa. If I mention one of them, we have an Agricultural Research Institute, which has developed drought-resistant seeds, which would enable growth of staple food to enable livelihoods in respect of maize and ensure adaptation in that respect. We are working with other science councils to develop digitization tools that will assist farmers in coping better, mainly as we have observed what has happened during the period of COVID-19 pandemic. And I would like to also just mention the fact that we have also noted the importance of awareness raising for farmers in terms of how best to manage and till the land and how to conserve food and in particular prevent food losses, especially post-harvest food losses. And the various other initiatives on technology innovation relate to improvement in irrigation infrastructure systems that would conserve water resources, as South Africa is a water-scarce country and within the continent of a semi-arid region. And in conclusion, Moderator, I would like to also indicate that South Africa has a roadmap that is helping us to prepare for participation in the Food Summit, and we've acknowledged the importance of leveraging the private sector partnerships to strengthen our country food production systems. And we are still a long way to achieve improved inclusive growth. And on that note, I would like to thank you very much, and I wish that we would be able to compare notes as we use this platform as also a sharing of best practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Okay. Thank you for getting us off to such a good start, and I want to pick up on your last point about exchanging experiences, learning from each other. That's really what these forums are about, and thank you for sharing experiences from South Africa. Next, we turn to Cornelia Burns, who's the Deputy Director General in the Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture of Germany. Ms. Burns, the UN Food Systems Summit, which we heard the Deputy Secretary General talk about earlier, but it's one of the main events of 2021. The summit will have impacts on the way we perceive food systems and the way governments will ensure inclusive economic growth in the agriculture sector. Could you provide us with an overview of how Germany has contributed to the Food Systems Summit, your expectations on the outcomes, and how they could contribute to improve farmers' livelihoods? Thank you.
Thank you very much for these good questions. It's a bit difficult to answer in 4 minutes, but I'll try my best. I would also like to thank Italy, the presidency of G20, for organizing and inviting us to this valuable event. From the beginning, Germany welcomed that the UN Secretary General put sustainable food systems on top of the global agenda. The COVID-19 pandemic and extreme weather events due to climate change have further accelerated the already difficult global situation. According to the most recent SOFI report, about 200 million people suffered from hunger in 2020. The current global challenges clearly show the necessity of realigning food systems towards more sustainability. Up to now, food systems fail to reach the aim of inclusive economic growth. In many countries of the world, the farmers are among the poorest. Achieving all human rights, particularly the right to adequate food, is an integral part of sustainable development worldwide and consequently one of Germany's key concerns. Germany has therefore provided organizational, conceptual, and financial support to the summit process from the very beginning. The UN Food System Summit process showed clearly in striving for improved livelihoods in food systems, we have to take into account all relevant policies: food, health, trade, environment, and climate policies. We have to align our policies not only to integrate health and environment concerns into agricultural policies, but also to develop common policies based on sound science. We need a global idea of what sustainable agriculture, sustainable food systems should be. A few examples. Food safety must be guaranteed through international standards. Public health must be ensured by implementing the One Health approach. Sustainable and healthy diets must be promoted by means of improved consumer information and through access to healthy diets. Sustainable food systems must be climate friendly and taking care of biodiversity, and at the same time, there must be a reliable basis for a decent livelihood for all our farmers. We expect the UN Food System Summit to send a strong message to the world. Business as usual is no option. To set up a path forward for the Rome-based agencies, including the Committee of World Food Security, to use their excellent structures and broad experience to act together. Every country has to take action to develop its own pathway. Germany is prepared to take topics forward. We are part of the Global School Meal Coalition. We are committed to fight against food loss and waste. And we selected sustainable land use, food security starts with the soil, as topic for the next GFFA. The draft of our own national pathway is ready, and we are carrying on the national dialogue. Germany is prepared to work together to create sustainable food systems globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burns, and thank you also for respecting the time and for, in such a concise way, outlining both what Germany is doing, and also the vision that Germany has for the Food System Summit and the world beyond. Next, we have Ms. Adriana Herrera Moreno, the Agricultural Counselor, the Mission of Mexico to the European Union. Ms. Herrera Moreno, can you share with us your country's experience on the social dimension of food systems and on the policies you're implementing to empower vulnerable populations, smallholder producers, women, and youth?
For the question, and I also like to congratulate the government of Italy and thanks Minister Patunelli for leading this important meeting and the Agricultural G20 Ministerial. As we have heard, agriculture production faces a significant challenge. In particular, for this panel, we consider that the aging of the population dedicated to food production and the rural-urban migration of youth and the need to provide a source of income and employment for producers are relevant. On the other hand, we also have a changing climate environment that brings additional uncertainty to agricultural and livestock activities. In this regard, agricultural policy in Mexico is focused on three main pillars. We consider that productivity, sustainability, and social inclusion are key in order to bring and to face this challenge. The first two refer to the importance of increasing yields, promoting sustainable agricultural practice, and improving the resilience of the sectors. And let me highlight some areas where my country considers agriculture plays a crucial role in promoting more inclusive economic growth. And as you mentioned, also Mexico is, particularly for the United Nations Food Summit, consider that agriculture should play a crucial role in the food systems, that it's the base of the system, and we need to not to forget the importance of farming in these food systems. And first, sustainable agriculture should be based on scientific innovation, research, and development. It should assist in reducing and not widening existing productivity gaps among different types of producers, regions, and even countries. We should pay special attention to sub-regions vulnerable to climate change and natural disasters and promote the inclusion of smallholders, family farming, youth, and women. Also, we should invite different stakeholders to build public-private investment and consider the basic principle of the triple challenge in agriculture. Mexico prioritizes domestic support policies targeted to smallholder producers and family farming. We guarantee agricultural prices for basic crops such as maize, wheat, sorghum, beans, and rice. And the government also facilitates access to inputs such as fertilizers for vulnerable rural areas. Secondly, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, we observe that agriculture has the capability of adapting and transforming to exceptional circumstances. G20 adopt different approach and policies that has been described and shared today accordingly to their needs, culture, and availability of natural resources. Social inclusion requires that the needs and demands of all should be taken into consideration. Mexico government is prioritizing the attention to the most vulnerable, promoting a more sustainable and resilient sector and a more equitable economic growth. Let me share with you also a project that Mexico has with the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, CIMIT, that is based in Mexico and is part of the CGR. It's a project called Crops for Mexico, in which aims to provide productivity for several crops essential to Mexico food security. It includes activities such as crop diversification, better post-harvest management of grain, business model development, and the target use of fertilized and improved seed varieties. Also, to mitigate labor shortage and make agriculture more manageable, we have been testing and promoting a scale-appropriate farm machinery for smallholder maize and wheat farmers. Also, we work in partnership to close a gender gap in agriculture. Activities include, for example, increased women access to data analysis to inform decision-making process. This project also aims to enhance women entrepreneurial acumen to increase their access to financial services and to affordable time-saving machinery for field work. We are also exploring mechanisms to help seed companies to adapt their products to women preference. For example, women are more inclined to favor a variety of seeds that has longer grain shelf life. Improved maize varieties are easy to adopt, have higher yields, and mature quickly, which means that income flows start early and help them meet household expenditures on time. Also, strict tolerance seed varieties mean to help protect against the war effects of climate change agriculture, or of the effects of climate change. Finally, food system transformation also involves changing consumption patterns and provide information to facilitate healthy diets considering the national, regional, and local culture of traditions. Promoting local markets is a strategy to reduce the gap between commercial and family farmings, and consumers are also increasing their interest in more quality and fresh products that can be produced by smallholders farmers. In this context, G20 shares a diverse range of valuable experience that we are addressing today, and Mexico invites all these countries to work together and collaborate to achieve this goal and face the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very comprehensive overview, also showing the things that Mexico is doing, and it's one of the reasons why many countries do look to Mexico as an example and as a potential model. Next, I believe we have a remote presentation. Let me see, from Brazil. Do we have Brazil on the line? Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, we don't. Yes, now we hear and see you. So we'd like to welcome Mr. Fernando Sardenberg-Zellner, Zellner Gonzalez, advisor to the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock, and Food Systems of Brazil. The question I have for you relates to social sustainability in the agri-food sector, which is one of the key topics of this forum. Could you share with us some of the ways in which agriculture in Brazil is improving its social sustainability, and in particular through government policies to support smallholder farmers? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and greetings to all from Brazil. Allow me to start by thanking the Italian government for organizing this timely meeting. A balanced approach between the three dimensions of sustainability is the cornerstone of public policies in the Ministry of Agriculture in Brazil. And this stems from a clear understanding of the growing interdependence between social, economic, and environmental aspects of the agri-food sector, as well as of its potential contribution to sustainable development around the world, but particularly in developing countries. Now, as we embark on the last decade for implementation of the 2030 Agenda, which enshrined the idea of leaving no one behind, social policies become even more important as a way to foster inclusion, food security, and improved livelihoods, as you mentioned yourself. Sustainable agriculture policies in Brazil focus on three pillars: land tenure and environmental compliance, sustainable production and innovation, and productive inclusion of family agriculture. For the purposes of our discussion today, I'm going to concentrate on the third pillar, which in addition to family farmers also addresses the needs of indigenous peoples, youth, women, and vulnerable groups. Brazilian social policies in the agri-food sector are aimed at guaranteeing food and nutrition security, reducing poverty, and strengthening productive capacities. Brazil's public food acquisition program, for example, funds purchases of food produced by family farming and directs them to governmental social assistance programs. It also strengthens local and regional marketing networks, promotes biodiversity preservation, organic and agroecological food production, encourages healthy eating habits, and strengthens cooperatives. Brazil's national school feeding program is another important initiative that is internationally acclaimed and has inspired many similar measures in other countries. It provides federal funds for municipalities to purchase food for public school meals based on the number of students enrolled. Program rules stipulate that at least 30% of purchases must come from family agriculture, and expenditures can be tracked directly by civil society through accountability mechanisms. So in addition to providing access to nutritious food for school children, the program also supports smallholder income, offering simultaneous health, nutrition, social, and economic outcomes. That's a triple win that is always what we're looking for. And this is such a successful initiative that even during the pandemic was maintained, even though schools were closed, as a means to keep providing income to smallholders and healthy food to public school children. Another noteworthy public policy that links social outcomes to income generation and environmental stewardship is Brazil's minimum price guarantee for socio-biodiversity products. This policy aims to minimize variations in the income of extractive producers by supporting minimum prices for a range of extractive products whose production helps conserve Brazilian biomes. Some products include tropical fruit, such as açaí, umbu, and mangaba, among others, as well as Brazilian nuts and extractive rubber. In the Amazon, this policy constitutes an especially important incentive to sustainable production as a viable alternative to predatory exploitation of natural resources. It also helps to increase agro-biodiversity and promotes adaptation to the impacts of climate change. So while these are just a few examples, the Ministry of Agriculture has a host of other policies, social policies, that target vulnerable groups and seek to improve their livelihoods and quality of life. The main advantage of this type of policy is that it can be combined with other policies in order to maximize sustainable outcomes, such as employment and income generation, education, land tenure, sanitation, and so on. They can also be easily replicated in other countries in line with their national circumstances and development objectives. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much for that also very good, thorough, and concise intervention showcasing some of the programs that Brazil is indeed very well known for. And I know your programs to link school meals to local agriculture have been widely copied, especially in Africa. Thank you also for respecting the time. I will now turn to Mr. Angelo Riccoboni, Professor in Business Administration, Department of Business and Law, University of Siena. My question is, farmers and businesses play a central role in promoting inclusive economic growth. We know that the Italian food system is strongly committed to improve sustainability. Can you tell us what Uniti nel Cibo, United in Food, is, and what its objectives are? What are the main results of the work carried out by the project team, and what will be the future initiatives of this project? Thank you.
No? Now it's working. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and I would like to thank the G20 and the Ministry for Agriculture for the invitation to illustrate what Uniti nel Cibo is, and to answer to your question, of course. Uniti nel Cibo, which means United in Food, is an initiative promoted by the Italian Ministry for Foreign Affairs to highlight which are the sustainable good practices of Italian agri-food companies. And in particular, what we are doing is we are working in order to highlight which are the features of the Italian agri-food economic model. And I think it's important for this venue and to answer your question to underscore the three major features. The first one is that the system is based upon a strong cooperation among all the actors within the supply chain, producers, transformers, distributors, and consumers. Secondly, there is a very strong link with the local contexts, with the local biodiversities, with the territories where companies live, and this is very important in our traditional and also innovative productions. Third, a great attention to the principles of the Mediterranean diet, which is one of the most healthy and sustainable diets in the world. So these three features are the basis of the quality of our cuisine, the quality of our products, also the reputation, but also is at the basis of economic activities linked with agriculture, like tourism in the countryside. So these are three very important points, and they are the basis of what our companies are doing. But in this venue, we would like to say that these features can be also at the basis of a confrontation or exchange of ideas with other initiatives or other countries. As the commissioner said at the beginning, it is very important to look at what also other countries are doing. So Italy is very proud to put at disposal of all the observers and other countries this model, which is very useful for what we are doing in order to promote sustainable agriculture. Of course, you need to do well, you need also to improve, and because of the awareness that you need to do more, this group was created, and this group is composed by representatives of all Italian associations of farmers, of producers, of distributors, and this is very important to give strength to this working group. And the group prepared a document which is presenting 10 commitments for an even more sustainable Italian agri-food system. And even if in the last years many improvements were done by the Italian agri-food companies, just to say that in terms of pesticides or insecticides, there were strong reductions in terms of usage. But also, let me say just that cultivations, according to organic agriculture in Italy, are 15% of the total compared to 80% of Europe, and in line with the 25% of farm-to-fork strategy. So there's a very strong track record for sustainability of Italian agri-food companies, but you can always do better. So to do that, this working group representing all the Italian agri-food companies has defined a document where we outline 10 commitments. And these 10 commitments, I don't have time to go through all of them, but just to mention three. One are about improving sustainability of processes through innovation. Innovation was mentioned before, is very important. Secondly, to highlight the role of the Mediterranean diet against other kind of regime which are not giving role to responsibility, but they are imposing which are the options and the choices by the consumers. And third, the role of supply chains. So with this document, we want to participate to the global conversation, also in terms of a World Food System Summit, and to see also and to compare and to exchange ideas with other countries, because we know that also in other countries they are doing something like that. So I'm concluding just to say that the Italian food system is getting more and more sustainable and is able to contribute to the global conversation towards a more healthy society and more sustainable planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for, I think, what will be sort of a good series of interventions on Italy's contributions and how Italy is looking at agriculture as a modern activity and a modern intervention. So thank you very much for that. Next, we will turn to Mr. Federico Conner, coordinator of the Agricultural Policies Commission of the Conference of the Regions in Italy. Mr. Conner, what you're involved in ensuring better living, development, and economic growth in rural areas. What kinds of things can be done? What overall conditions can help agriculture in rural communities to develop? And thirdly, in the face of the growth of the world's population, how can we ensure food for all? I know that's a big task in 4 minutes, but the floor is yours.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti innanzitutto. Ringrazio il Ministro Patuanelli ovviamente per aver organizzato questo G20 e per averci dato la possibilità come regioni, in questo caso come coordinatore della Commissione Politiche Agricole della Conferenza delle Regioni, di poter dire anche il nostro punto di vista. Noi abbiamo presentato proprio questa mattina, abbiamo approvato un documento in Commissione Politiche Agricole, un documento molto importante che porta il nostro contributo, che vado a sintetizzare, visto le questioni di tempo a disposizione, in 3 punti. Le regioni in particolare si impegnano a rafforzare la cooperazione internazionale per favorire la diffusione di quelle che sono le conoscenze e le buone pratiche in agricoltura, tenendo conto in particolare di 2 questioni, una relativa alla questione femminile e al ruolo dei giovani che in questo momento stanno soffrendo particolarmente anche il tema della pandemia e che finirà con il condizionarli in maniera anche significativa. Abbiamo anche come regioni invitato i ministri dell'agricoltura che oggi si sono confrontati e le organizzazioni internazionali a coinvolgere sistematicamente e a rendere protagoniste le realtà territoriali e le amministrazioni locali nella ideazione di quelle che sono le strategie e nell'attuazione delle politiche di sviluppo delle aree rurali e del sistema agroalimentare. Quindi come regioni ci teniamo molto a questo ruolo importante anche di messa a terra di quelle che sono le risorse finanziarie che a livello europeo ci vengono garantite. Le regioni sono pronte ad affrontare le prossime difficili sfide, affrontando ogni strategia che favorisca in particolare la conservazione delle risorse, il ruolo degli agricoltori, l'incremento ovviamente del loro reddito, la difesa dei lavoratori in agricoltura, il contrasto delle disuguaglianze e la disponibilità di cibo di qualità, ovviamente, perché noi ci teniamo a questo in particolare, però a prezzi accessibili. Occorre per questo un approccio che sia un approccio flessibile, orientato ai risultati e con maggiore sussidiarietà per favorire quello che è lo sviluppo delle comunità rurali e di un'agricoltura che garantisca ovviamente un'elevata sicurezza dell'approvvigionamento alimentare, ovviamente tenendo conto degli altri standard di qualità, di benessere, di sostenibilità che noi vogliamo garantire. Quindi in sostanza le regioni si candidano come protagoniste nell'assicurare quella che è la declinazione delle grandi strategie in azioni che devono essere coerenti a questi obiettivi. In merito a questo vorrei partire anche da un principio importante che è questo: l'agricoltura conserva il terreno e servono politiche da questo punto di vista di esaltazione di questo ruolo, e quindi penso che l'investire in ricerca e in tecnologia sia fondamentale più di quanto è stato fatto in questi anni, ma soprattutto è importante trasferire questo know-how, queste conoscenze a livello territoriale. Il compito delle regioni penso che possa essere questo, nella grande strategia che viene delineata, è proprio quello di trasferire queste conoscenze, di farlo come l'hanno fatto finora attraverso anche i bandi regionali, utilizzando le risorse che la Comunità Europea ci mette a disposizione e cercando assieme al Ministero con il quale collaboriamo di creare quello che è il piano strategico nazionale. Quindi il ruolo delle regioni tramite la programmazione delle politiche di sviluppo rurale diventa centrale per garantire l'efficacia di queste politiche. Grazie.
Thank you very much for that intervention, and also for introducing but also underlining the importance of engagement at the subnational level and for the regions and communities not just as stakeholders but also as protagonists. I think that it's a very important point, and the sharing of lessons and experiences between regions at subnational level is also critical. So thank you for that. Next, we have Mr. Giorgio Mercuri, President of the Alleanza della Cooperativa in Italy. My question for you is, to what extent is the cooperative model capable of contributing to the improvement of living conditions and to inclusive economic growth?
Grazie, buon pomeriggio a tutti. Un ringraziamento al Ministro Patuanelli per averci coinvolto in questo forum per portare il nostro contributo. Alla sua domanda rispondo che la crescita economica di intere comunità e territori è strettamente correlata al modello imprenditoriale su cui si fa leva per avviare e implementare un percorso di crescita e di sviluppo. Il modello imprenditoriale cooperativo è nato storicamente per dare risposta a bisogni di piccoli agricoltori e lavoratori. Insieme alla struttura democratica sappiamo bene che le caratteristiche del modello cooperativo è l'assenza di scopo di lucro. Le cooperative non fanno utili, ma garantiscono ai soci una migliore condizione economica e di lavoro. In Italia, come in Europa e nel mondo, abbiamo modelli di imprese resilienti che hanno dimostrato che si può fare economia utilizzando il modello cooperativo. Un modello che dà valore alle persone e ai prodotti e che riesce a creare occupazione e crescita all'interno di un territorio in cui esso opera, generando ricchezza e ridistribuendo quella ricchezza sul territorio dove insiste l'impresa cooperativa. La cooperazione è un validissimo esempio di modello economico per lo sviluppo sostenibile. Da diversi anni il tema della sostenibilità ambientale, economica e sociale è diventata un motivo di strategia di tutti i paesi. Siamo qui per questo. Ebbene, il modello cooperativo è quello che si è dimostrato storicamente in grado di perseguire tutti e tre gli obiettivi. Vediamo come. Le cooperative sono un importante presidio del territorio, ne abbiamo parlato con gli interventi di questa sera, perché molte aree economiche più fragili rischierebbero di scomparire se gli agricoltori non potessero consegnare il frutto del loro lavoro in cooperativa. Anzitutto le cooperative creano lavoro e reddito e di conseguenza contribuisce in maniera spesso determinante ad evitare lo spopolamento di aree rurali o quelle periferiche, quelle più dove si fa fatica a creare occupazione. La cooperativa crea inclusione sociale, dando vita a nuove comunità in cui giovani e meno giovani, italiani o persone che provengono da altri paesi, soggetti svantaggiati e non, possono ritrovarsi per cooperare sia per un proprio sostentamento per l'attività economica, ma anche per la crescita di una comunità locale. Ma c'è di più, le cooperative contribuiscono alla crescita economica del territorio perché non delocalizzano. Per capire meglio qual è il valore della cooperazione, basterebbe farsi una semplice domanda: come sarebbero le aree rurali senza le cooperative? Pensiamo al paesaggio italiano punteggiato di vigneti. Non tutti sanno che la gran parte di questi vigneti sono di piccolissimi agricoltori, soci di cooperative. È la cooperazione che, raggruppandoli, consente loro di raggiungere una massa critica per trasformare le uve in vino. Oggi l'Italia è il primo paese al mondo nella produzione del vino. Uno studio del Wine Monitor Nomisma ha dimostrato che in quelle aree dove non c'è cooperazione non c'è più viticoltura. Un altro esempio proviene dal latte. Le cooperative lattiero-casearie contribuiscono in maniera significativa all'impiego e alla coesione sociale. In molte zone soggetti a vincoli naturali, dove mancano alternative per i piccoli allevatori e i costi sono anche molto elevati per via delle scarse condizioni agroclimatiche, è grazie alle cooperative, autentico presidio del territorio, che molti piccoli allevatori di montagna continuano a vedere raccolto e valorizzato il loro latte. In conclusione, siamo convinti che non si possa essere sostenibili e non si possa rispettare quella che noi chiediamo, la sostenibilità ambientale, economica e sociale, se non si punta su modelli di impresa che hanno nel DNA questi obiettivi. Crediamo talmente alla virtuosità del nostro modello che stiamo negli ultimi anni trasferendo esperienze delle nostre cooperative anche in paesi come la Colombia e il Togo, con progetti che mirano a replicare il modello che valorizza l'occupazione e la valorizzazione dei prodotti. 800.000 agricoltori del nostro paese hanno scelto l'impresa cooperativa. Oggi l'Italia ha 4.000 cooperative che fatturano 34 miliardi di fatturato. Grazie.
Thank you very much for what I think is also another very important intervention. I know as WFP we buy over $2 billion a year in commodities, food commodities. We try and buy from smallholders. We have to either buy from traders or from cooperatives. You can't buy from individual farmers. And often we have to help organize those cooperatives. The experiences that you have here, the experiences you mentioned that you were sharing with others, I think that this is critical, and this is the kind of thing that we need to take from these kinds of fora, learning the lessons and the experiences of countries so that not everybody has to start everything afresh. We learn in a modern way, and I think that's why Italy's experience with this, and also in the regions, is really critical. So thank you for that intervention. Next, we have Mr. Igor Bucardo, CEO of Genagricola. And my question for you is, Genagricola is one of the largest agricultural companies in Italy, with more than 8,000 hectares cultivated in Italy itself, plus more than 5,000 in Romania. You have 360 employees, 160 years of history. Speaking about inclusive economic growth, what's the most significant area of action for Genagricola?
Thank you for your question. Prima di tutto grazie alle organizzazioni e grazie al Ministro per darmi l'opportunità oggi di parlare qua di Genagricola. Inclusività e crescita sostenibile sono parte del DNA di Genagricola. È un'azienda che è nata 170 anni fa, nel 1851, per volere di assicurazione generale, che investì in un'area di 1800 ettari in provincia di Venezia, 1800 ettari di palude, che dopo 30 anni diventarono un'azienda agricola di 1800 ettari a nome Cacorniani, che ancora oggi è nel nostro portafoglio di aziende, è ancora oggi il più grande sito produttivo che abbiamo in Italia, e che ha visto anche 3.000 persone vivere in azienda. E questo è stato possibile per gli investimenti che sono stati fatti, non solo su strade e case, ma su intere infrastrutture per il benessere della comunità. Sono stati fatti ospedali, sono state fatte scuole, asili, ancora oggi presenti a Cacorniani, e che ha permesso nei 170 anni a Genagricola di diventare quello che lei ha detto: 15.000 ettari, 22 siti produttivi sul territorio italiano, 400 persone, 60 milioni di fatturato. Questi sono i numeri. Oggi ci poniamo una domanda: come continuare il lavoro che è stato iniziato 170 anni fa e come migliorarlo, se possibile. Quindi abbiamo messo al centro della nostra strategia un concetto molto semplice, una parola di uso comune, che è il rispetto. Rispetto dei luoghi, rispetto delle persone e rispetto del lavoro. Degli esempi, ritornando a Cacorniani. Abbiamo recentemente, 4 anni fa, ristrutturato l'idrovora, il simbolo di quella bonifica che ha potuto dare inizio a tutto, e l'abbiamo restituita alla comunità sotto forma di museo interattivo multimediale, del tutto gratuito. Abbiamo seminato e curiamo ogni anno chilometri di strisce di impollinazione per l'apicoltura, apicoltura terza, non sono nostre arnie. Chiediamo solo agli apicoltori di andare nei nostri terreni. Abbiamo creato 32 chilometri di piste ciclabili tra i campi di Cacorniani e ospitiamo all'interno di un nostro building una start-up legata al cicloturismo. Questo per il benessere del territorio di Cacorniani. Ma non esiste solo Cacorniani. Il 5% della nostra superficie agricola è destinata ogni anno a operazioni di greening o di ripristino ambientale. Gestiamo 1800 ettari di foresta naturale in Romania. E in ultimo, da un punto di vista di forza lavoro, lavoriamo nelle aziende in cui è possibile integrando all'interno della forza lavoro delle cooperative che si occupano del reinserimento delle persone socialmente svantaggiate nel mondo del lavoro. Questo è il nostro concetto di rispetto, perché quello che vogliamo fare è uno sviluppo che per noi, siamo agricoltori, vuol dire l'aumento delle rese e l'aumento della capacità produttiva, e questo è fondamentale visto lo scenario di cui abbiamo già parlato in altri momenti. Lo sviluppo per noi è possibile solo attraverso un progresso che è il progresso tecnologico. L'innovazione è il vero enabler del nostro sviluppo. Quindi, adottando le pratiche di agricoltura 4.0, abbiamo ridotto i consumi, un dato su tutti: il consumo di gasolio è stato ridotto dell'8%, abbiamo ridotto i consumi di chimica in campo, abbiamo ridotto del 20% la chimica e del 5% le sementi grazie al rateo variabile. Abbiamo ridotto del 40% l'utilizzo di acqua grazie all'irrigazione intelligente rispetto alle pratiche tradizionali. Nuova tecnologia per noi significa anche nuove tecnologie di coltura, quindi guardiamo con interesse anche l'agricoltura fuori suolo, non per metterla in competitività con l'agricoltura in suolo, ma per portare l'agricoltura laddove non sarebbe facile poterlo fare, dove gli ambienti sono ostili, e quindi sfamare più persone. Questo è l'obiettivo finale. In ultimo, torno sul rispetto del lavoro. La tecnologia oggi ci permette di aumentare la sicurezza in campo. Ogni nostra persona in campo ha un sensore, che chiamiamo man down, che nel caso di una caduta fa partire una serie di alert al team di soccorso per intervenire rapidamente sul possibile incidente. Questo è cosa facciamo e come facciamo, e siamo convinti che facendo così avremo almeno altri 170 anni di storia davanti. Grazie.
Thank you very much, and I think that's also a kind of perfect intervention for this kind of forum, because G20 and the world at large has small producers and large producers, and many countries aspire to have the kind of companies, the kind of agriculture that you represent, and how to do that in a sustainable way, in an ecologically friendly way, in a way that preserves the strength of communities. I think that this is what many countries struggle with, and again, this is why it's important to share experiences and learn the lessons of countries that have been in business for a long time and that hopefully will be in business for a long time to come, as you said. Thank you. And our last but certainly not least panelist, I can't call her a secret weapon because she's on the panel, but the challenge of engaging young people in agriculture is one that is almost a global challenge now. So I'm especially pleased to have Valentina Stinga join us. She's a farmer, and my question for you is, what are the challenges of a young Italian farmer has to face in order to keep her business profitable and sustainable?
Thank you for your question, and let me thank all of you, and especially Minister Patuanelli, for giving us the opportunity to talk today, because, you know, usually these kind of occasions are occasions where only decision makers speak, and in this case also us, farmers, because I've seen that there are other farmers, one already spoke and another one is going to speak in the next session, so it's really a huge opportunity for us to have voice in one of these occasions that are so important. Also because for decades, farmers have been seen as a simple category, a secondary category. Farmers were people that could not have an education, that were doing a hard physical job, and most of the time it was perceived that they were doing this because they didn't have any other opportunity in their life. Actually, at this time, thanks to life-changing decision of many young people like me, this scenario is changing. Farmers are now start-uppers, innovators, and they are the ones that are not only ensuring food, but they are also ensuring high-quality food products that, especially in Italy, are sustaining the economy. I am a proud farmer, and I'm a daughter of a 90-year-old man who created a whole business in another sector from nothing. But in that business, a woman had no place, Because even if Italy is a modern country by now, in southern Italy, we still have some troubles with that. I have a proud female farmer then, and I have a Master of Science in one of the most prestigious universities in Italy. But then I decided that wearing a blazer and high heels every day was not my place in the world. I started my own farm alone in 2017. And I swear that I didn't have any idea that a job that includes a crazily early alarm in the morning and a lot of sweat would take me where I am now, literally. I consider myself lucky because I found my place in the world. As I said before, I love my job, and thanks to my background, studies, and experiences, I can do my part in changing the way farmers are perceived and in the way our perception is still sometimes the same in the public opinion. I am pretty sure that if you could ask all of the farmers in the world by now if they have been affected or not by climate changes, they will all answer with the sad art that everything has changed by now. Personally, I have seen this change in only 4 years. This means that this process is dangerously accelerating. But we're not passively accepting this. We're trying to work, and we want to be part of the change. I am talking to my clients every day, in person and through social media, trying to explain them what problems we have and giving them suggestions. I am trying to reduce the usage of water in my farm, and I'm also trying to reduce usage of plastic, for example. As a leader of Coldiretti Donne Impresa, I take part in the educational activities. We educate kids, young adults, and personally, I also try to educate university students. Because by now, I not only feel the responsibility, but I also think that most of the world is still unaware of the risks that we're facing. No farmer is a simple person anymore then. Each of us has so much love and attention for the world we live in and for our land that we respect the land more than anyone else. And to answer your question more precisely, we definitely need more access to resources, we need a modernization of bureaucracy, and we need there to be a distinction between intensive agriculture and what we call heroic agriculture. Because we still have places in Italy, and I'm sure it's not the only place in the world, where technology is the only way we can go on because everything has to be done by hand. There's no way of using mechanization, there's no way of using modern solutions. And sometimes, actually, these solutions are still the most expensive ones, and for young farmers, it's not easy to afford them. Lastly, let me thank all of my colleagues, all of the farmers, because I am proud to have met the Italian ones and also the ones from all over the world in these years. Because having this job makes my life feel full, even when a sudden storm destroys most of the crops, or when new parasites are infecting the land and we still don't know how to fight them. Because even before that the word resilience was brought to the stage, we as farmers were the resilience itself. And we will never stop fighting for our earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valentina, for, I think, concluding the panel in a very good way, I think a very positive way, also highlighting the challenges that youth face, also women face, but also some of the prospects. I'd also like to thank all the panelists for your interventions, your contributions, and for helping to articulate the vision that can keep agriculture at the cutting edge of human development where it's been for 10,000 years. Thank you.
Grazie. Ringrazio tutti i relatori di questa sessione. Finora abbiamo parlato di cibo, di produzione agricola. Adesso avremo un breve momento di cibo per l'anima. Ci saranno gli artisti del Conservatorio Luigi Cherubini che si esibiranno in alcuni brani tratti da Rossini, Puccini, Mozart, ma per introdurre il programma dei lavori vorrei invitare il direttore del Conservatorio a descrivere questo programma. Quindi invito il direttore Paolo Zampini ad entrare in sala e sul palco, e invito anche gli artisti nel frattempo a posizionarsi. Il tenore Carlo Raffaelli, i baritoni Gonzalo Godoy Sepulveda e Matteo Mancini, la pianista Beatrice Bartoli. E adesso do appunto la parola al direttore Paolo Zampini che ci presenta il programma. Grazie.
Grazie. Buonasera, benvenuti. Io porgo i saluti del nostro Conservatorio Cherubini e in particolare del nostro presidente, il dottor Pasquale Maiorano. Questa è un'occasione bellissima per il Conservatorio Cherubini di tornare in una delle sale più prestigiose del mondo, che è il Teatro della Pergola, e la storia del Cherubini e la storia della Pergola sono strettamente legati, perché da metà dell'Ottocento, quando il Cherubini è stato creato, i due teatri hanno sempre, il teatro e anche la scuola che era un istituto di formazione musicale, hanno sempre collaborato. Le forme di collaborazione sono state intensissime, perché i musicisti del conservatorio suonavano nell'orchestra alla Pergola, i cantanti venivano dal conservatorio e cantavano alla Pergola. Le occasioni sono state molteplici, tantissime. E il Conservatorio custodisce anche tantissimi, un numero incredibile di libretti d'opera di opere che sono state rappresentate alla Pergola. Questa sera il programma è molto conosciuto, popolare, però è rappresentativo dei nostri grandi compositori e anche di un Mozart che a Firenze giunse a 14 anni e fu una delle tappe del suo primo o secondo viaggio in Italia, non vorrei sbagliarmi. Comunque pagine tratte da opere di Puccini, Toscano, da quel Rossini anche che ha abitato a Firenze per molti anni, e naturalmente da Giuseppe Verdi, che è uno dei grandi nostri operisti. Io vi auguro buon ascolto insieme ai nostri studenti, che sono un'eccellenza, perché il Cherubini si distingue per le classi di canto in tutto il mondo, e due di questi studenti appartengono appunto a nazioni diverse dall'Italia. Un ragazzo viene dal Cile e una ragazza viene dall'Ucraina, quindi anche una rappresentanza di quella che è l'internazionalizzazione del conservatorio, che è doveroso in questo mondo globalizzato. Grazie e buon ascolto.
Grazie, invito gli artisti ad entrare in sala.
Di qualità. Ah, bravo Figaro, bravo, bravissimo, bravo. La fortunatissimo per verità, bravo. Fortunatissimo per verità, fortunatissimo per verità. pronto a far tutto, la notte e il giorno, sempre d'intorno, in giro sta, mille cuccagna per un barbiere, vita più nobile non si dà. La 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 la. Rasuri e pettini, lancette e forbici, hanno comando tutto qui sta. Lancette e forbici, rasuri e pettini, hanno comando tutto qui sta. V'è la risorsa, poi del mestiere, con la donnetta, col cavaliere, con la donnetta, la 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 la, col cavaliere, la 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 la. Che bel vivere, che bel piacere, che bel piacere per un barbiere di qualità, di qualità. Tutti mi chiedono, tutti mi vogliono, donne e ragazzi, vecchi fanciulle, qua la parrucca, presto la barba, qua la sanguigna, presto il biglietto, tutti mi chiedono, tutti mi vogliono, tutti mi chiedono, tutti mi vogliono, qua la parrucca, presto la barba, presto il biglietto, Figaro, 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 Figaro. Oimè, oimè, che furia, oimè, che folla, uno alla volta, per carità, per carità, per carità. Uno alla volta, uno alla volta, uno alla volta, per carità. Figaro, son qua? Ehi, Figaro! Son qua, Figaro qua, Figaro là, Figaro qua, Figaro là, Figaro su, Figaro giù, Figaro su, Figaro giù. Pronto, prontissimo, son come un fulmine, sono il factotum della città, della città, della città, della città, della città. Ah, bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, ah, bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, fortunatissimo, 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 per verità. Ade fortuna, ade fortuna, ade fortuna, non mancherà. Sono il factotum della città, sono il factotum della città, della città, della città.
Chi mi
piandrai farfalloni amoroso, notte e giorno d'intorno girando, delle belle turbando il riposo, Narcisetto adoncino d'amor. Delle belle turbando il riposo, Narcisetto adoncino d'amor. Non più avrai questi bei pennacchini, quel cappello leggero e galante, quella chioma, quell'aria brillante, quel vermiglio donnesco color, quel vermiglio donnesco color. Non più avrai quei pennacchini, quel cappello, quella chioma, quell'aria brillante. Non più andrai farfallone amoroso, notte e giorno d'intorno girando, delle belle turbando il riposo, Narcisetto adoncino d'amor. Delle belle turbando il riposo, Narcisetto adoncino d'amor. Tra guerrieri può far bacco, tra mustacchi stretto sacco, schioppo in spalla, sciavla al fianco, collo dritto, muso franco, un gran casco, un gran turbante, molto onor, poco contante, poco contante, poco contante. Ed invece del fandango una marcia per il fango, per montagne e per valloni, con le nevi sollioni, al concerto di tromboni, di bombardi, di cannoni, che le palli in tutti i tuoni all'orecchio fan fischiar. Non più avrai quei pennacchini, non più avrai quel cappello, non più avrai quella chioma, non più avrai quell'aria brillante. Non più andrai farfalloni amoroso, notte e giorno d'intorno girando, delle belle turbando il riposo, Narcisetto adoncino d'amor. Delle belle turbando il riposo, Narcisetto adoncino d'amor. Cherubino alla vittoria, alla gloria militar, cherubino alla vittoria, alla gloria militar, alla gloria militar, alla gloria militar. Quel casinetto è mio, soli saremo, e là, gioiello mio, ci sposeremo. Là ci darem la mano, là mi dirai di sì, vedi non è lontano, partiam ben mio da qui.
Vorrei e non vorrei, mi trema un poco il cor, felice versarei, ma può burlarmi ancor, ma può burlarmi ancor.
Vieni mio bel diletto,
mi fa pietà Masetto,
io io cangierò tua sorte.
Presto non son più forte, non son più forte, non son più forte.
Vieni, vieni, dacci dare una mano.
Vorrei, non vorrei,
Ma mi dirai di sì.
trema un poco il cor.
Partiamo mio da qui.
Oh, può parlarmi ancora.
Vieni, mio bel
E va
diletto, io
Tomasetto.
cangierò tua sorte.
Presto non son più forte, non son più forte, non son più forte.
Andiam, 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 mio bene, a ristorar le pene d'un innocente amor. Andiam, andiam, mio bene, a ristorar le pene d'un innocente amor. Andiam, 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 mio bene, andiam, le pene a ristorar d'un innocente amor.
Permettetemi di dire che è un momento emozionante perché sono degli artisti italiani molto giovani che ci rappresentano e per quanto mi riguarda sono personalmente emozionata e li ringrazio per averci allietato con la loro voce. Adesso continuiamo i lavori. The third section will deal with the environmental sustainability and will focus on how to increase agricultural system resilience and at the same time contribute to climate change mitigation, and will chaired by Ismahan El-Wafi, Chief Scientist of FAO. So I invite to come up on the stage Ismahan El-Wafi, Thomas Vilsack, Secretary of Agriculture of the United States of America, Victoria Prentice, Minister of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs of the United Kingdom, Bekir Pakdemirli, Minister of Agriculture and Forestry, Republic of Turkey, Jeta Sethi, please, Minister, you have the floor. Jeta Sethi, advisor of World Bank Group, who will attend remotely. Frédéric Lambert, Director of Europe and International Department, Minister of Agriculture and Food of France. Johan Swinnen, Director General of IFPRI-CGR, who will attend remotely. Federica Rossi, researcher of the National Research Council of Italy. Massimiliano Giansanti, President of Confagricoltura. Cristian Maretti, Vice President of Fruttagel, and Yuri Maggi, who is a farmer. And now I leave the floor to Ismahan.
We're going to just wait for the colleagues to join us. Please get closer, get cozier. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's really a pleasure to be with you today to moderate this session on sustainable environment. I think we heard great things, and it's really hard to come after a musical like what we just witnessed with young Italian musicians. We heard a lot in the first session of the need to produce more. We heard more about how important is agriculture in the second session for livelihood of so many people. Some numbers are saying that more than 4 billion people are actually getting their food or their incomes and their livelihood in the food system. And now it's about really talking, it's time to talk about the environmental sustainability. I think there is nothing better than the IPCC AR06 that just came, the report of the working group #1 that just came up about a month ago. And that report showed us again that we are off track, that the impact on the planet, it's mostly due to human, and science is allowing us really to say how much it is. And it's also telling us that we can still stop it at 1.5 degrees, which is a good news. But we can do so only if we take really paradigm shift in these last 9 years before 2030 Global Development Agenda. It's telling us as well that particularly for agriculture, it's going to be very hard. So we heard people talking about the water issues and how much is very important and very restrictive, be it in Spain, be it in Saudi, be it in so many other countries. But actually, if we have more temperature, we will have much more people again going into scarcity of water. So the temperature, when it rises, it requires more water to produce what we produce now. And we're all talking about producing more with less. And that's where I see myself really great caveat for science and innovation. That's where science and innovation has to be used. That's where we have to look closer to nature and in many ways understand it and mimic it. Because in nature, we have billions of creatures, billions of microorganisms that are synergetically helping each other. And I hope really that this session will allow us really to hear from countries on their own experiences and how they are really moving toward more sustainable agricultural sectors. I have eminent people with me here from different parts of the world, and we have also farmers with us. And I want to go back to the word that the colleague said before, respect and dignity. And I think really that's what we need in planet Earth. It's respecting all creature and dignity for all. So I'm going to start with His Excellency Thomas Vilsack, the Secretary of Agriculture of the United States of America. And Your Excellency, one of the key topics of this open forum is the environmental sustainability of the agri-food system and sector. Could you share with us the USA priorities and approaches in addressing agri-food sector sustainability in the face of social and economic repercussion post-COVID-19, but also climate change? Over to you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the Italian Ag Ministry for the opportunity to be here today, and to thank all who have traveled here. You know, as I listen to the conversation today and as I respond to the question from the moderator, I'm reminded of the saying that goes something along the lines, we don't inherit the earth from our ancestors, we simply borrow it from our grandchildren. And if we are really to rise to the challenge of ensuring that our grandchildren have a world worthy of being inherited, it's important that we take a fundamental look at how we grow, distribute, and trade food, fiber, feed, and fuel. We need to scale up our production, as has been said, while minimizing the impacts on our natural resource base. If we're going to produce more while using and polluting less, we've got to commit to developing and deploying new ways of doing things in agriculture. For us in the United States, sustainable productivity growth requires, first and foremost, an investment in agricultural research and development, designed to promote the most efficient and to identify the climate-smart use of natural resources in agriculture. We see the necessity of leveraging evidence-based innovation and science, which would include gene editing, biotechnology, and things of that nature, in which we expand the toolbox for our farmers, our fishers, our foresters, and other producers to improve sustainability and resiliency through our food systems. I think we found during the pandemic that resiliency has now become a very important component of any new system. But we recognize in the U.S. that innovation is more than science and technology. It's really about embracing a circular economy with a market-focused approach to sustainability. It's about systems and solutions that are good for farmers, for consumers, for communities, and for our planet. At the Department of Agriculture, we're looking at opportunities to expand voluntary practices that put agriculture at the heart of tackling climate change and fostering sustainability. We're taking a multi-pronged approach that covers research, outreach and extension, conservation incentives for farmers and foresters through our existing programs, but also supporting new market opportunities for the environmental benefits that farmers and producers can generate on their farms. And part of the fundamental rethinking of our agriculture and food system involves us moving from a linear system to a circular system, where we stop extracting and consuming finite resources, and we begin to regenerate them in a sustainable way. Now, for us, that looks like improving soil health to enhance carbon retention and reducing nutrient leaching. It means planting cover crops that help to fix nitrogen and reestablish biomass. It involves reusing and recycling water and wastewater. And of course, it converts agriculture and livestock waste to energy through things like methane digestion. We've got to support and we must incentivize these practices, not only because it's an environmental opportunity, but as importantly from our perspective, it's also a market opportunity for our farmers. It's what our consumers want and demand, and it's what our farmers and our planet needs. We're working to expand domestic and international markets for commodities that are produced in a climate-friendly, sustainable way, including bio-based products. We're looking for markets for carbon benefits generated by the agricultural sector. We're working towards green rural infrastructure to scale up renewable energy on and from farms, to reduce energy use and costs in rural communities, to grow the bioeconomy and create jobs. While doing so, we're also paying very close attention to including and expanding access to small, underserved producers, as well as beginning farmers and ranchers. We also don't want to forget those early adopters who paved the way and demonstrated very soon and very early the agronomic and societal benefits of agricultural conservation. And as we discuss how to balance the environmental, economic, and social aspects of sustainability, we'd be remiss if we didn't recognize the importance, as has been said earlier, of open markets and trade. Well-functioning markets at the local, regional, and international level, we believe, bolsters food security and sustainable food systems. We think it's also a key to expanding income opportunities, stabilizing our food supply globally, ensuring the affordability of food, minimizing food loss and waste, and improving diet diversity and nutrition. We look forward to the day when we have trade agreements that remove unfair barriers to trade and rein in the most distorting and environmentally damaging subsidies. Right now, we recognize many countries share our goals for sustainable and climate-smart agriculture, and it's critical that we encourage the development of markets for these products and guard against trade barriers. As I wrap up, I want to highlight two near-term opportunities for all G20 members and your food system stakeholders to demonstrate a commitment to sustainable agricultural production and climate solutions. First, at the Food Systems Summit next week, the United States, which has been discussing with Brazil and other countries the need to advance a new coalition to help elevate sustainable productivity growth as a strategic action priority. It's imperative that we work together and that we get behind action for productivity growth that advances simultaneously social, economic, and environmental objectives. This new Coalition for Action for Sustainable Productivity Growth is one way to do that, and we urge you to consider joining. I also want you to help the United States and the United Arab Emirates by being part of our Agricultural Innovation Mission for Climate, or AIM4C, which will be advanced as well at the Food Systems Summit next week and launched at the COP26 in November. We believe this is a landmark initiative that will accelerate global agricultural innovation through increased investment in research and development, which we believe will lead to innovative science-based solutions to help agriculture mitigate and adapt to a changing climate. In closing, I want to emphasize that when we embrace and invest in innovation in all its forms, when we ensure that all food system stakeholders, including agricultural producers, have a say in developing those solutions, when we facilitate trade and when we form coalitions to take action on key environmental and climate concerns, we can and we will and we must make a difference. We as agricultural ministers have a tremendous opportunity. Let's take it, let's work together to return the earth to our children and grandchildren in a better condition than when we borrowed it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Vilsack, for really making a very strong call for expanding the toolbox for farmers, for really that this is not only a need because our environment needs it, but because it's a market opportunity. I love the way you put it together. Thank you for sharing with us your ideas. Now we're going to move to Her Excellency Victoria Prentice, the Secretary of State of the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs from UK, United Kingdom. So the question to you, Your Excellency Prentice, is UK will be host the 26th UN Climate Change Conference of the Parties, COP26, this year in Glasgow in partnership with Italy. What can we expect from COP26? What action are needed from the G20 government to ensure that agriculture contributes to meeting the full potential of the Paris Agreement 2015?
Agriculture ministers, we all have the same problem, don't we really? We want to ensure that our nations and indeed the world have enough to eat, but we also want to ensure that this happens without problems with climate change and biodiversity loss. And I think to answer your question directly, we have to work on this together, both at home and abroad, and we very much want the COP event to be part of that. Let me tell you about what we're doing in the UK, because I, both as the minister responsible and also, frankly, as a farmer myself, think it is really exciting. We're just beginning, but we are totally changing our system of domestic support for farming, domestic subsidy, effectively. This is the biggest change in agriculture for more than 50 years in the UK. And it's driven by environmental concern and also by real concern about nature loss, about biodiversity loss. So in my lifetime, and I'm not ashamed to say that I'm 50, farmland birds have decreased on my father's farm, for example, by 70%. This is not acceptable and it's very worrying. So we have decided that rather than rewarding farmers and supporting farmers per hectare that they own, we will now support farmers for producing public goods. For example, better air and water, increased wildlife, improving soil health, reducing flooding in their local area. We have a long transition period while we reduce the traditional subsidy, but we need almost all farmers to get involved with our new schemes if we are going to make real change. On the international stage, we've been very involved in driving forward the Just Rural Transition, which aims to get policy and investment behind the shift towards a more productive, profitable and sustainable land use all over the world. Ahead of COP26 in Glasgow, we'll convene a policy dialogue with the Just Rural Transition Initiative and the World Bank, and this will set out real practical action on farming innovation, removing harmful subsidies, and promoting low-emission production methods. We're very keen to work together to strengthen the resilience of the global supply chains, which we've all seen during the pandemic are very vulnerable to climate change and biosecurity instabilities. In partnership with Italy as the president of COP, the UK has convened a global dialogue on trade in forest and agricultural commodities. We need to agree an effective roadmap for global action to protect forests and other ecosystems while we promote trade. At home, we're introducing new due diligence legislation to stamp out illegal deforestation. I'm convinced if we work together, we can make the changes we need to protect the environment.
Thank you very much, Minister Prentice. Thanks for your excellency for really giving very concrete example of the steps that the UK is taking to move to a sustainable agriculture. Repurposing subsidies, it's really being discussed across the board, so it's good to see action. I'm gonna move now to His Excellency Bekir Pakdemirli, Minister of Agriculture and Forestry from Republic of Turkey. The question to you, Minister, is the loss of biodiversity is having an increasing impact on producers globally. This affects agricultural production, it affects livelihoods and consumption. Where the focus should be in terms of biodiversity to protect the environment while also promoting sustainable agricultural development and while producing enough calories but also enough nutrient to all. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much for hosting us in this very good place. Also, I thank His Excellency Minister for this great place. And the music was also the bonus for this. And thank you very much again. And at the end of the day, there is the biodiversity. There is a risk of we are losing the biodiversity. Also, we need to feed the world. We need to find the right balance between the utilizing and the preserving the nature, I would say. Or another way, the balance between economic, social, and environmental issues should be balanced between each other. I believe the natural resource management is the key factor of all. And today, many of us, all of us in this room are facing lots of challenges. I believe being an agricultural minister in the cabinet are one of the hardest jobs because you have many things in common and you have many things not in your hand to do lots of things. But at the end of the day, it is our challenge for the climate change. It is our challenge for the environmental disasters. It's our challenge to fight with the pollution and many other problems that cause biodiversity and that has a risk on the environmental sustainability as well. So luckily, Turkey has a rich biodiversity, which is very much significant. For example, in Europe, there are 12,000 plants, and in Turkey, 12,000 plants, we have the biodiversity, and 4,000 of them are very unique. We shouldn't be forgetting that the right to live is not the right to live for only humans. It is the right to live for all living things. So we are also taking some risks with our preserved areas, almost coming to 300 national parks and natural parks. And also, for example, we are carrying some wildfire risks, but we don't touch these preserved areas in order to, protect the biodiversities in Turkey, And luckily, we have completed our homework, the biodiversity inventory, and we are monitoring all the specs, all the species. And I would say, to sum up, 428 locally endemic species and more than 3,000 endemic species found only in Turkey. I would say for the other factors for the environmental sustainability is the soil, water, and the forests. And we are taking concrete actions in a holistic way, holistic approach. For example, good agricultural practices, we are supporting organic production and best agricultural practices. And also we are producing and supporting producing with the climate smart agriculture practices. For example, again, seeds resistant to drought. And we are protecting our water resources. How? By modernizing our irrigation systems, giving priority to underground dams. And we started building underground dams, which has a lower impact on the nature, but also we are preserving and catching every drop of rain and every drop of water. For the forest management, this year we had lots of incidents, unfortunately, because of the climate. For the fire incidents, we are at most carrying the recovery of the land is based on natural forestation. So we are utilizing the seeds around, not we are artificially seeding the area. We are utilizing the seeds around, and we are trying to recover again with the natural forestation. I believe that the biodiversity is our heritage, and we shouldn't be playing with the DNAs of the Mother Nature. And we are investing as of country our scarce national financial resources, since we accept that we are a developing economy. We do our best for the environmental sustainability, but at the end of the day, global environmental sustainability means that global cooperation and global financial support. And we are ready to share our country's experiences on natural resources management and to work together. And I believe climate change has a big impact on our world and our lives, and it affects much stronger and more frequent each and every day. So we need to take urgent actions to protect and restore the biodiversity with cooperation. We will be hosting the 16th conference of the party's COP to the Convention on Biological Diversity, and we will be continuing our leading role in the conservation of biological diversity. Also, I invite each and every one of you to Turkey for our campaign, Breathe for the Future. It's a reforestation campaign, and we started in 2019. It is the biggest campaign in our history. I would say 13.8 million saplings in one day, and with the participation of not only our forest workers, 1.2 million Turkish citizens. In 4 hours, we planted more than 13.8 million saplings. And last year, because of the pandemic, we took the measure not to put lots of people on the land. So beyond our borders, 28 countries started doing this again. So I believe that this distinguished audience will be, very much interested in this campaign. And I am saying again, we are ready to share our experience with each and every one of us. And I think, again, this campaign will be a significant step against climate change and to prevent biodiversity loss. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister, for sharing with us Turkey experience. And I think really the right to life, it's a right to life to all, to live for all species. And maybe just as an information, we have about 8.7 million species, and human being, it's 1 out of 8.7 million. So the experiences, I think really we need to recognize the good example from the US, from UK, from Turkey, from all the other countries that we heard from, and we need to maybe celebrate it more, because we do have a lot of success stories. With that, I'm gonna move to the World Bank with Mr. Martin van Nieuwkoop, Global Director of Agriculture and Food. And the question is, could you please share with us the main component of the World Bank Group's Climate Change Action Plan 2021-2025, namely in relation to the agriculture sector and to the agri-food systems? Do we have with us the World Bank colleague? Or is it remote?
Presenting the World Bank. Excellencies, friends and colleagues, what a real pleasure to be with all of you today and part of this amazing movement that the presidency has started. Healthy, sustainable, and inclusive food systems matter enormously to the World Bank Group. We are also very clear that the 2-degree temperature scenario will not be reached from a reduction in fossil fuels alone, and the food sector, as the second largest emitter, as the Secretary just spoke earlier, must also step up. Our mission is to end poverty, and poverty is still overwhelmingly rural, with millions of livelihoods tied to the food economy. It is also true that today's food system generates $12 trillion in hidden social, economic, and environmental costs. With this backdrop, the World Bank Group's Climate Change Action Plan is for 2021 to 2025, and it marks a paradigm shift for us, moving from investing in green projects to greening entire economies, from inputs to measuring impacts, and agriculture is a key priority in the new Climate Action Plan. There's also a major push to further integrate climate and development on a number of fronts, but particularly through the new country climate and development reports, which will become a core diagnostic for the World Bank Group and inform engagements with countries in the future. There is also a big step up on finance. The World Bank Group has already announced the 35% target of financing for climate on an average, and at least 50% of this is going to be for adaptation. The commitment to aligning financing flows with the Paris Agreement means that our finance will account for climate considerations going forward. And we are also ramping up support for countries to shape a green, resilient, and inclusive recovery. As I mentioned earlier, agriculture is a key systemic shift that that the Climate Action Plan focuses on. It is also true that in our agriculture projects, climate action is at the core. Our lending for climate-smart agriculture is 8 times what it was 6 years ago. Last year, the World Bank committed about $6 billion in new lending for agriculture and $3 billion directly targeted climate action. But as we've heard earlier, these resources are dwarfed by the roughly $6 billion governments spend each year to support food production, often with detrimental consequences. We've seen the impact on water, we've seen environmental degradation, and more importantly, the greenhouse gas emissions. It will take a global collaboration and major shift in incentives to unlock these positive changes. Repurposing public spending is critical to stop subsidizing poor diets and pollution and invest in innovation, nutrition, and resilience. We heard this from UK, we heard it from US. Lifting people's income so the poor can afford a nutritious and a variety diet rather than artificially depressing cereal prices, changing the relative prices of food groups so that the more nutritious, healthy diets are not within the realm of almost 3 billion people globally. Raising environment and social standards in agribusinesses, which means more transparency across the value chain and innovative financial instruments to leverage these billions of dollars. The challenge is immense, but we know where to focus on. Low carbon rice, low carbon livestock, reducing food loss and waste, greening fertilizers. Examples of climate smart agriculture that the World Bank will pursue and has been pursuing is in agroforestry, intercropping, diversification of production systems, etc. Increasing the efficiency of livestock supply chains through better practices, no deforestation, improved grazing practices, improving feed, breeds, and veterinary health is key to limiting the growth of GHG emissions and avoiding land use changes in the future. This is core to our climate action plan going forward. With appropriate support, food systems can become the cornerstone of healthier people, healthier planet, and healthier economy. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to share with you some of the highlights. Back to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for giving us more clarity on the investment. It's great news to hear that 50% of the funding is for adaptation. And you mentioned many innovations that I hope that's really talk to many of the examples we heard from the countries. Now we're going to move to Frédéric Lambert, Monsieur Frédéric Lambert, Director of Europe and International Development, Department, Ministry of Agriculture and Food in France. The question is, what are the main actions that France is taking on and planning to implement in the next few years to increase the sustainability of the agriculture sector in France?
First of all, I would like to thank again the G20 Italian presidency, dear Minister Patuanelli, and all your team for organizing such a relevant forum in such a nice place that reminds us that in agriculture there is the world culture, and that food, at least quality food, di qualità, as was saying Rossini, will always have, as always had, and will continue having a strong cultural component. But I'm here, as you said, to speak about the environmental sustainability and the actions that we are taking in France. For more than 10 years now, France has been engaged, committed to what we call agroecological transition to improve economic, social, and environmental performance of its farm. This structuring choice was made following a certain number of findings. The first finding is that agriculture and food production are closely linked to ecosystem, to soil health, biodiversity, pollinators, water and climatic conditions. In other terms, agroecology is a nature-based solution. The second finding is that agriculture has solutions to offer to contribute to the fight against climate change and to sustainably manage natural resources. For instance, scientists have shown that grasslands, for example, prove to be very significant carbon sinks. And the third finding is that farmers have by nature, and it was clearly said by the young farmer in the previous roundtable, farmers have a key role to play in improving environmental sustainability. They take care of the land, they live off the environment, and it makes no sense anymore to oppose agriculture and environment. Finally, the last finding was that farmers live from their production, and that without a decent income and appropriate risk management in such a changing context, no transition is possible. Now, in concrete terms, the agroecological transitions consists of a whole set of measures and actions. Training actions, programs to reduce the use of chemical pesticides, plans for the development of organic farming, among others. And doing this, we are fully consistent with the European ambition within the future Common Agriculture Policy, the Green Deal, and the Farm to Fork strategy. And precisely at the moment we are defining our national implementation of the future CAP. And without going into detail, I would like to just emphasize the importance of the measures that will make it possible to better respond to the challenges of biodiversity and climate. Doubling the area under organic farming, increasing support for protein and legume crops, diversifying rotations, setting up specific measures for hedges, for biodiversity, supporting permanent grasslands. This is how, concretely, we will try to support this transition and how the major part of subsidies for agriculture will from now on be targeted on better environment and sustainability. And to conclude, I think that we are all facing, as it was said before, the same global challenges, and we are convinced that at the international level, we collectively have a responsibility to progress in the same direction. And I would like to end my intervention by drawing your attention to the ambitious coalition on agroecology, which was launched at the pre-summit in Rome on food system. And I call on those who wish to do so and have not done it yet to join this coalition in the perspective of the UN Food Summit next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lambert. And thank you for giving us also very concrete steps that France are taking forward. And thank you also for reminding us that, as Minister Vilsack said, there's a lot of coalition that's going to be launched in the UN Food System Summit on the 23rd that really it will be very important to get together support for and have many of the G20 countries join it. Now we're going to move to Dr. Johan Swinnen, the Director General of IFPRI, one of the CGR centers. And Johan, you are with us online. Do you hear us?
Thank you. Hi, Ismahan.
Hi, Johan. Good to see you. So, Johan, the question is, could you share with us some of the key innovations in the agricultural research and development that can help meet the challenges of climate change? And what do you think we should learn as a lesson from COVID-19 in terms of transformation, in terms of adaptation, in terms of coming together as a global citizen? Over to you, Johan.
Thank you very much, Ismahan. Great to be here. Thanks very much for the Italian presidency for inviting us to speak here. I have visited Italy many times. I have many friends and colleagues there, and I think if any place in the world is a good location to have this discussion, it is in Italy. So let me start with your first part of the question. We have heard already several examples and ideas given by many speakers, excellent ideas on innovations. In a way, a big challenge that we're facing is how to turn agriculture or the food system from a source of carbon emissions to a sink of carbon. And this will require not one innovation, but many, okay? And what I think is really important to understand, it requires a combination of technical innovations, of institutional innovations, and of policy innovation. That's only the combination of this which will allow to make major system changes, I think. So it's really a system approach, which of course will have to be made appropriate for the many variation of food systems around the world. We believe strongly that science can play a very important role in this by creating new innovations, by new technologies related to emission reductions, food loss and waste reductions, nutrition improvements, etc. Many of the things that have been mentioned here today. And we are really pleased that the G20 communiqué gives a strong boost for these investments going forward. We should not forget, though, there is already a lot of innovation that are available, but just not used very well currently around the world. And so we have to make changes in our policy and institutional system to stimulate the uptake of innovation, the uptake of possibilities that are there. And for this, we need to change incentives for farmers and consumers and all along the food value chains to use these innovations, and also to reduce the constraints that they're facing in uptaking these innovations. We believe financial innovation will play a very important role in this. On the one hand, to help overcome constraints faced by, for example, small and medium enterprises, farmers, smallholder farmers, but also to account appropriately for the very large hidden costs in our food systems. This has to happen at various levels again. At the private sector level, we have to change incentives for investments into sustainable practices rather than unsustainable value chains as we have today. We have to repurpose public spending, as Rita from the World Bank just explained, in order to basically shift the funding structure as they are now, the incentive structure that comes from these public expenditures, and to both make the gains possible through, on the one hand, research innovations, but also in the uptake of the farmers. And recent reports, for example, the one which was last launched this week by the United Nations FAO, other work by FAO, and the OECD and IFPRI show that this is possible. The money is there, the budget is there, if we just use it more smartly. Let me then end by connecting with your question on COVID-19. And there, I think what COVID-19 has taught us many lessons, but the one which is very relevant here today is that it has shown us that rapid and innovative change can take place. In the last year and a half since COVID-19 hit us, we've seen many technological and organizational innovations in the private sector, again, from large multinational companies to small SMEs and smallholders. In the public sector, think about many school feeding programs which were revised, and in public policy and in our minds, the minds of people around the world and in the public policy arena. And I think we have to use these lessons, the opportunities that they create in this very special year, 2021, where we have the Food System Summit, COP26, the Nutrition for Growth Summit later, the WTO negotiations again. And so what the G20 is doing this week should be a very important step in the transition to this more sustainable food system that we are all trying to work towards. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Johan. And thank you really for stressing the need for all kinds of innovations. So the finance is very much needed, and really that's a link between many of the speakers. And that's where we see really leadership for G20 that is very much needed. And also a good reminder that innovation exists, but it's not scaled up. So we need to look into it, particularly in the developing world. And that's really a good segue to Federica Rossi, Dr. Federica Rossi, is a researcher of bioeconomy at the CNR IBE, National Research Council in Italy. Over to you, Federica.
Okay, thank you. I think this is my voice is from research, so I think I'm talking on behalf of the community. Well, I have to say that despite of the very scarce investment, research, at least in our country, but I know that in many countries this is very true, is doing much. It's doing a lot for sustainability because scientists, researchers, they feel really the obligation, the commitment to support this step change from a traditional form of agriculture to sustainable. I would say that is really an evolution of agriculture that we are supporting. So the good news is that sustainability, if we think in its true essence, is really attracting, not just because we are talking and debating about it, but because it's really interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. So it's really transversal. In this sense, there is really a wide community of researchers that work on it. The closer, of course, specialists in agronomy, in biology, in biotechnology, but also, and also, of course, in economy and social science, but also hard science is involved, engineering, mechanical engineering, mechatronics, chemistry of materials, ICT, and even space science. So we have really a large joint action that can be really powerful. Sustainability was said before is a set of practices, it's not just one, and there are some that are really far away, but they are not in antagonism, they are not in antinomy, not in contradiction. So the recovery and the modernization of traditional practices like agroforestry or conservation agriculture, minimum soil disturbance, coupled with the so-called agriculture 4.0 or 5.0, however it's called now, in which high technology practices are inside. And so, of course, use of internet of farming, smart agriculture, precision agriculture, use of satellite or remote information, see the great initiative of the European Community of Copernicus, and also artificial intelligence is playing a role. So science really is producing a complete set of knowledge that are capable to boost a resilient agriculture. We know that farmers operate in an unstable environment. Agriculture is resilient by its nature, but we have to support this resilience. I think what is most needed, at least in Italy, is not different. It's different in many countries, but in Italy we miss this, as our moderator said before, is the transmission of information from the barriers of the scientific knowledge to the true world, to the farmer. And this happens because researchers publish in scientific journals, because this is, of course, good for the career, but they do not spend much time to transfer the information to the world. And this, well, now is a little bit better because there are many projects, also European, linked to the New Horizon Europe and to the initiative of the Common Agricultural Policy. And there are also research involved in consortium, in technopoles, in agencies that see the joint action of private and public and research partners. So I think that it's not difficult to put together people around the table, people that are different actors. Yesterday we had, just because irrigation was reminded several times before and was approached by government, by farmers, by almost everybody was in this audience. We had a meeting at the Accademia dei Georgofili that is nearby here in Firenze, that is an old academy, and we were able to put at the same table different stakeholders and different actors coming from 5 different continents, just talking about how to better manage water, how to have a good joint action for supporting irrigation, for watershed, for salinization, for use. So I think that the best thing will be the co-creation, so the work together, in which science is just a part of a puzzle, but the other part, very important, are farmers, our technology providers, our citizens, and because everybody of us has needs and requirements, so we have to right to be listened. And but mostly politicians, policymakers, because they have really the power to boost this and accelerate this transition, this evolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Federica. And thank you really for bringing in all the actors. And really, as you said, the ministers that we have with us here in the room have the power to make the change. And really, I hear you, Minister from Turkey, that maybe Minister of Agriculture is a bit difficult in the cabinet, but the connection, and that's really what's very important in the UN Food System Summit, is that it brings all sectors together. So as Federica said, I think technology and science is there, but it needs to relate to the others. And that really takes us to the next speakers. So we're going to have Mr. Maximiliano Giansatti, President of Confa Agricoltura. Mi dispiace molto, capisco l'italiano ma non lo parlo bene. Per lo qual, la question, for several years, corporate behavior and policies, at least in some countries, have been geared towards greater protection of the environment. What results have already been achieved? What are some of the best practices that you would like to share with us? And how do you foresee the future?
Gentili signori delle autorità presenti, signor Ministro, grazie ovviamente per dare la possibilità a me come agricoltore, ma soprattutto come Presidente di Confagricoltura, di portare un contributo alla discussione di questo importante G20. Io vorrei partire dalle 3 parole d'ordine che definiscono gli obiettivi di sviluppo sostenibili richiamate appunto nel programma di questo G20, che sono People, Planet and Prosperity. Bene, noi sappiamo tutti che nel mondo siamo 70 milioni di agricoltori organizzati, quindi con un'impresa organizzata, e ci sono oltre noi 500 altri milioni di agricoltori che vivono di sussistenza. Quindi da una parte c'è un'agricoltura che vive di sussistenza e dall'altra c'è un'agricoltura che fa impresa e che necessariamente deve accompagnare la crescita demografica. Nel 1960 eravamo 3 miliardi di cittadini del mondo, oggi siamo 7 miliardi, tra qualche anno saremo 9 miliardi di persone. Quindi una crescita demografica continua e costante che necessariamente va accompagnata. E qui diventa difficile poter coniugare da una parte la sfida e anche la grande opportunità di dover produrre di più rispetto ad una richiesta di cibo e dall'altra coniugare tutto questo con il rispetto della preservazione e della tutela delle risorse naturali. Se pensiamo al pianeta, questo pianeta ovviamente non è infinito, le terre arabili diminuiscono, necessariamente deve aumentare la produttività delle imprese agricole. Oggi 70 milioni di fatto sfamano 7 miliardi di cittadini, 500 milioni di agricoltori sfamano loro stessi. In questo percorso di crescita è evidente che quei 70 milioni, e mi auguro sempre di più, possano alimentare un percorso di virtuoso di crescita, cercando appunto di rispondere a quella che è l'esigenza basilare e vitale delle persone, mangiare. E quindi questo significa anche cercare di dare un giusto reddito alle attività degli agricoltori. Quindi da una parte l'obiettivo più produzione e soprattutto tutela delle risorse naturali, dall'altro ci sono dei limiti, come sapete, gli effetti del cambiamento climatico, il mercato globale con le sue regole, le stesse regole che definiscono i meccanismi di funzionamento del mercato stesso, per parlare anche delle regole sul commercio internazionale. Quindi da una parte degli obiettivi e dagli altri ci sono dei limiti allo sviluppo. Ecco, in questo percorso diventa dirimente l'innovazione. Noi come Confagricoltura crediamo fortemente nell'innovazione tecnologica, nella scienza, nella ricerca applicata, nelle biotecnologie da sempre. Riteniamo che se vogliamo continuare a poter garantire cibo in quantità e in sicurezza, necessariamente la scienza, la ricerca, le biotecnologie, la tecnica debba accompagnare lo sviluppo e il progresso dell'agricoltura. O lo lasciamo fare alla natura, o necessariamente questo percorso e il governo di questi percorsi deve passare attraverso la capacità tutta umana di poter controllare il progresso verso, ovviamente, una produzione più sostenibile. E questo significa ovviamente aumentare il grado di cooperazione tra gli agricoltori, in tutte le latitudini e in tutte le longitudini. Significa certamente aumentare la condivisione delle conoscenze. In un mondo sempre più connesso, oggi è necessario e fondamentale condividere il sistema di regole e di conoscenze perché le conoscenze di un agricoltore italiano possano essere scambiate, conosciute e condivise con un agricoltore in qualsiasi altra parte del mondo. Questo va certamente coniugato poi con i grandi temi dell'ecosistema, della transizione ecologica, del benessere pubblico. Ecco, io credo questa sia la più grande e importante sfida che gli agricoltori hanno davanti. Da una parte contribuire a produrre cibo, dall'altra parte di essere attori protagonisti della transizione ecologica ed energetica. Noi saremo fondamentali se riusciremo a capire che è fondamentale il ruolo delle foreste nel mondo, se è fondamentale il ruolo dei boschi nel mondo, che sarà fondamentale continuare a spingere nella coltivazione di piante proteiche. Altrettanto dovremo essere intelligenti e bravi nel limitare le emissioni dei sistemi zootecnici. In Italia l'agricoltura contribuisce per il 7% delle emissioni, ma grazie all'abbattimento delle CO2, grazie ai suoi boschi, alle sue foreste, alle sue coltivazioni proteiche, contribuiamo ad abbattere del 10% l'anidride carbonica. Ecco, io credo che in questo percorso diventa fondamentale da una parte il carbon farming, l'altra la grande opportunità di spingere sulle energie rinnovabili. Le energie rinnovabili saranno quell'elemento che potrà portare a contribuire a crescere e a far crescere il reddito degli agricoltori, perché ritorno sempre poi alla terza parola d'ordine che è la prosperità. La prosperità ovviamente si coniuga solo se c'è un giusto reddito a casa degli agricoltori. Credo, e chiudo, che una nuova rivoluzione verde sia possibile. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Giansati. Your talk is a music to my ear as a chief scientist of FAO. Your support to science and innovation, your support to sharing knowledge. This is really great, and thank you for giving us numbers and examples from Italy. And I want to go back to what Federica said. I think approaches that are maybe favoring conservation does not mean no technology. So we have really to clarify that innovation and science, it's in everywhere. So for me, science can make us a better environment, better production, better nutrition, and a better life, hopefully. So we have two more colleagues to join us. We have Mr. Christian Maretti, Vice President of Frutagel. Frutagel. Frutagel is an agricultural cooperative specialized in processing fresh fruit, vegetables, cereals, and legumes, intended for retail, food service, door-to-door, and food industry operator. How do you involve all the actors of the value chain from the field to the distribution or from the farm to the fork in a sustainable way? Over to you, Mr. Maretti.
Sì, buongiorno, buonasera a tutti. Io sono il vicepresidente di Frutagel, ci sono 128 milioni di cifra d'affari realizzati in 2 stabilimenti, uno nella pianure ravennate e uno nel Molise. Nasce per dare una risposta e incrementare il valore aggiunto dei prodotti agricoli per i soci agricoltori che erano presenti in quel territorio. Si è arricchita nel corso della storia di una base sociale che attraversa la filiera fino ad arrivare al consumatore, perché abbiamo nella base sociale, nei soci, delle società che fanno riferimento alla distribuzione cooperativa italiana. Per cui il nostro Consiglio di amministrazione è un momento di confronto sui piani industriali, ma immediatamente il piano industriale assume una valenza e un trasferimento nell'ottica delle operazioni di misura di sostenibilità.
Sustainability measure and sharing of sustainability measure. This applies to farmers who are able to place their product, a development which must be constant, ruled, but which can also should also be placed on the shelters. This is the example of development, like the short chain of biological products. There is a turnover of 25%, and this is the result of work that has been possible thanks to the continuous dialogue between the farmer and the distribution, receiving continuously some inputs to be given to the consumer. And this is a kind of a result on which we are investing, on which we try to implement also technological innovations that can be applied in a competitive way, so to properly give an economic answer, feedback to the consumer. Our point of view of combining the industrial level with the development goals of the UN makes possible to face all the issues, starting from the water management in the fields and the proper management of wastes related to the management of packaging of food once the consumer will purchase those specific products. Like, for example, the adoption of a kind of packages which can be destroyed and reused after it's used. So it was really appreciated. This was something which was really appreciated by the consumer. Also, the development of biological products is accompanied by the same principle, the rearrangement of production by cogeneration plants, so to reduce carbon emissions. So we have several possibilities to increase such activities, and I also believe, and I want to conclude that in our cooperative nature, we are able to listen to the territory, to listen to the farmers, but since our employees, we have 860 people coming from areas which are close to the plants, so we need to be very sensitive towards those realities, which are local communities with a few thousands of citizens. These are not big realities. This is something we do daily. We respect local realities. We work for a common wish, upon a common willingness, cooperating, which is in the nature of human being. The same that is leading us today here, the wish, the willingness of Minister Patuanelli. He really wanted to see us all gathered together here. This is in our nature, otherwise we would not be here talking about the G20, otherwise we would be talking about the G1. So this willingness must be fostered and taken care of also in the next few decades.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maretti. You make it seem like so easy to do. Thank you so much for reminding us that it's a dialogue, it's listening, it's really making sure that we are connected as we are on this planet Earth. Our last speaker, but not the least, a young farmer, Mr. Yuri Magi, a farmer. And the question to you, your organic farm produces local product. Could you share with us why did you choose this production model, organic, and what are your challenges to remain competitive in the market?
In primis volevo ringraziare il Ministro e tutti
Minister and all those who made this meeting possible.
Non è proprio scontato che un giovane agricoltore
A young farmer,
in questi ambienti.
a young like me, is very lucky to speak in such important venue, so I'm really thankful for this opportunity. So, in order to reply to your question, well, our choice was led, personally, I have to say,
Già 5-6 anni la mia realtà mi ha legato molto al mio territorio.
when I was 5-6 years old, I was really rooted in to my origins. I was born in the countryside, so my life was really interconnected to my farm. So, me, with my father and my grandmother, this is my third generation, so all together we really updated our way of working and integrated them with the technologies and the innovation. This was done to work, to keep on working on a territory which was facing many problems. I'm talking about reality now, unquote, because it would be reducive to talk about work. Mine is a real commitment. I don't have holidays. I don't have leaves. I sacrifice a lot for my land. Talking about environmental sustainability and closed cycle and sustainability, our company really focused on the wind production system that is it in our plant, which allows us to produce our energy inside our company, so we can face our needs within our farm. So the biological production model allows us to face the food demand, so to also sell our products. We have a short chain which gets to the consumer immediately, and on the other hand, we can take care of our animals. So we take care of our pigs and cows who really live in our countryside. We concentrated our activity on quality, which guaranteed our survival in our difficult territory. Over the years, and in the past few years especially, it was very difficult because we faced a terrible earthquake in 2006. Then we had to face the pandemic. Before talking about competitiveness, I want to talk about resilience, meaning our ability, me and my family, we had this ability to face these challenges and difficulties. Thanks to quality, we were able to be known all across the country, and in the second stage during the pandemic, we started to work immediately to deliver foods at home. Immediately we did that. Competitiveness, well, it's something we will take care of tomorrow, maybe in the future. We want to face the main issues of today and take care of our roots in our countryside. We are custody and keepers. We are keepers of a territory which is now facing the population problem. We are talking about Marche region.
Thank you very much, Yuri, for sharing with us your experience. And it's really, I hear you, quality saved you, but also your connection with nature and your understanding of the ecosystem was very important. This is a great discussion. I think I want you really to join me in really thanking all the speakers. I wish we had more time to have more questions and more answers and continue the debate. So please join me in thanking Minister Vilsack, Minister Prentice, Mrs. Rita from the World Bank, Dr. Lambert, Dr. Swinen, Dr. Rossi, Mr. Giansati, Mr. Maretti, and young Yuri Magi. Thank you very much for your attention, and see you around. The Minister of Agriculture for really making us coming together, and Graciela for helping with the MAX. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ismahan, and thank you to the speakers. Now we are moving to the last session, but before going to the debate of the last session, I would like to invite Filippo Lamantia. Filippo Lamantia è un cuoco che ci racconterà la sua esperienza e ci inviterà a riflettere sul legame tra il cibo e il territorio. Prego, Filippo.
You have the floor. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for a chef to be here tonight. And being able to talk about nutrition, nature, and lifestyles, but also for the respect for traditions and local realities, as happens with the Mediterranean diet. For me, it is a lifestyle, unconsciously dictated by farmers who follow the different seasons and they eat the food that is produced by their land. Cultivating the land has always been an act of love, the love that we should all have in feeding all the people who decide to work in our jobs. In fact, chefs are links between the land, the farmers, and the end consumers. The relationship between the chef and the consumer is very intimate and deserves a lot of respect on our part as to the use of raw materials. In fact, our task is to leave a good memory through food and through its processing. There should not be really excessive. So these are the principles that have characterized my approach to food. So we wanted to enhance the value of local products and of raw materials. In 2003, I launched an initiative with the Sant'Egidio community that I called the Caponata for Life. So I was donating each portion of caponata that I was selling in my restaurant in Rome. I donated €1. I repeated this initiative in 2015 with the World Food Programme. Why did I choose caponata? Because caponata is a symbol of family and work. Women in Sicily on Saturday fry eggplants and then use capers and then they cook sauce and they use celery and then they put sugar and vinegar. And this is a natural preservative. And so farmers or fishermen can have food for the whole week, remembering the love of their family through the hands of their mothers, sisters, and daughters and wives. But the whole experience I had with food, I was in Venice for a fundraising dinner for emergency. At the end of this event, I went to a terrace to relax, and I met for the first time Gino Strada. We started talking as old friends, and then he invited me to Sudan, especially in Khartoum, in his heart surgery center. I arrived after a long trip, and he received me in his container, and he cooked his handmade tagliatelle, and then I always cooked for him and for all the staff. Every day he took me to the operating room, and for 6 days a day he was operating on 6 children, and then the children were actually playing in their beds with their parents. I also went to the refugee camp with about 20,000 people in tragic situations without light, services, or comfort. And emergency has a small field hospital twice a week with a jeep. Gino was actually calling upon the parents in order to make their children immunized. I had, for example, pre-cooked couscous made by an Italian company, and is it possible to use couscous also with cold water. I worked with this company. In this case, I used rainwater, and in 10 minutes, I was able to provide food to children, so they had carbohydrates. So I chose couscous because this food represents a bridge between Sicily, which is my land, and Africa. And it has always been a meeting point and a communication point between our cultures. Thank you.
Grazie. Grazie, Filippo.
Thank you very much, Filippo.
Now it's time to go to the final session, which will focus on international cooperation with a specific attention on meeting the growing demand for food in Africa and the role of sustainable agriculture. This session will be chaired by Ronald Hartmann, Director, Global Engagement, Partnership and Resource Mobilization of IFAD. I invite you, Ronald, to come on the stage, and I invite also to come up on the stage Prihasto Setianto, Director General of Horticulture of the Ministry of Agriculture of Indonesia, Andrei Kucherov, Head of Marketing Department of Agro-Export under the Ministry of Agriculture of the Russian Federation, Luca Maestri Pieri, Director General of the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation of Italy, Andrea Illi, Chairman of Illi Caffè and Co-Chair of the Regenerative Society Foundation, Arianna Giulio Dori, Secretary General at World Farmers Organization, Dino Scannavino, President of CIA, Agricoltori Italiani, Luigi Scordamaglia, Managing Director of Filiera Italia, and Elisabeth Nzimadala, Farmer and President of Pan-African Farmers Organization, who will attend remotely. Now I leave the floor to Ronald Hartmann.
Excellencies, welcome to the final session of the G20 Open Forum on Sustainable Agriculture, of course organized by our friends at the Italian Ministry of Agriculture under the Italian presidency of the G20. As mentioned, my name is Ron Hartmann, and I am from the International Fund for Agriculture Development, or IFAD, which is based here in Italy. As you have noted, the topic for this session is international cooperation, meeting the growing demand for food in Africa. The benefits, of course, of being in the final session is you are able to draw on, at least our panelists, on the rich discussions that have happened in previous panels. The burden, of course, is that we're beyond time. So I apologize in advance to each of our panelists that I may need to keep you brief. Excellencies, as you know, and I think you'll agree, it's unacceptable that hunger has been rising in recent years, with an estimated 811 million people worldwide going hungry last year alone. In Africa, 1 in 5 faced hunger last year, and that's more than double the proportion of any other region in our world. In addition, 46 million people more faced food insecurity in Africa last year alone. Most Africans, including up to 90% of people living in rural communities, still rely on small-scale crop and livestock production to generate the income they need to support their families. Agriculture in Africa has a massive social and economic footprint. In sub-Saharan Africa, for example, more than 60% of the population are small-scale farmers, and about 23% of GDP comes from agriculture. Yet, Africa's full agricultural potential remains untapped. As we've heard in previous panels today, we know that ending hunger and feeding Africa will require not just an increase in investment, but smarter, more innovative, sustainable investment. It's also clear that ending hunger and transforming food systems for people, planet, and prosperity is not business as usual, and it's going to require innovative, new, multi-stakeholder partnerships. So what is the role of international cooperation in feeding Africa? Our discussion today will reflect on the importance of international cooperation to meet the growing demand for food. We'll also be able to draw on the rich experience of our panelists to share their knowledge, share the lessons learned, that hopefully can deliver some messages to the Italian G20 presidency about the importance of sustainable food system transformation for people, planet, and prosperity. So without further ado, I'd like to go to our first speaker. So, Pak Prihanto Settignanto. Yes, exactly, Pak. Welcome, Selamat datang di Firenze. The question for you, Pak, is Indonesia will host the next G20 presidency. What is the role of the G20 in promoting international cooperation to address global hunger, and particularly in Africa? Silakan, Pak.
Thank you, Ronald. I wish to start by conveying our gratitude towards Excellency Mr. Stefano Patuanelli for the excellent organization of this important meeting. Our efforts to achieve Sustainable Development Goal number 2, no hunger, especially in Africa, continue to face many challenges. Climate change, natural disasters, transboundary plant and animal diseases, and the latest COVID-19 pandemic have indeed implicated the situation. Data from FAO shows that in 2020, there were 46 million people in Africa affected by hunger and around 282 million people face malnutrition. This situation of food insecurity is expected to worsen if we are unable to balance between increasing food productivity and the population growth. In this regard, Indonesia believes that the agriculture sector in Africa can be one of the key sectors in alleviating poverty, as well as to improve food security and nutrition in Africa. While providing job opportunities and livelihood, the agriculture sector also ensures the availability of staple foods in the region. Supports to strengthen the agriculture include, among others, are capacity building, especially for small-scale farmers, that will enable them to increase agriculture productivity as well as strengthen their capacity to address the challenges of climate change. To address such challenges, we believe that G20 has the potential and opportunity to further strengthen its global leadership, including through their support for Africa. The G20 Compact with Africa is an example of such efforts. We need to continue strengthening our commitment and expand areas of cooperation to support Africa, including through the engagement of private sectors. Indonesia has long shared close and cordial relations with Africa, ever since the Asia-Africa Summit in 1955. In the following years, Indonesia continues to support development efforts in Africa, including in agriculture sector. One of the key milestones of such cooperation is the establishment of Farmers Agriculture and Training Center in 1996. In addition, through the South-South and Triangular Cooperation, Indonesia has also provided technical assistance cooperation project until 2019, including through training programs and provisions of agriculture tools and machinery in more than 16 countries in Africa. Such technical cooperation will be further developed and improved bilaterally or through relevant international organizations like FAO. It is our hope that such cooperation will continue to inspire others to increase and develop partnership with Africa. We believe that G20 has the power and capabilities to support Africa, including in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals number 2, goals namely zero hunger. As a way forward within the G20 framework, we will continue to support creating enabling environment that will support Africa to address the challenges of realizing food security. In this regards, we need to transform our point of view to ensure that G20 Africa partnership delivers more impact by considering Africa as part of the solutions and optimize its many potentials, especially in the agriculture sector. Such partnership should also take into account Africa's focus and priorities in the agriculture. To achieve this objective, it is important to create conducive environment to enable more investment in agriculture and to ensure an open and fair trade. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Pak. And thank you very much for highlighting it. It's really a call for action, I think, for other G20 members to step up the engagement, to look for new innovative solutions, and particularly to leverage the partnership and the relationship with African countries. You're highlighting the agriculture sector as a means for transformation, I think, is really important. And some of the mechanisms that you mentioned with respect to capacity building, South-South and triangular cooperation, I think are very important tools for facilitating, strengthening international cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to turn now to Andrei Kuchelov, who's the head of marketing department at FSBI Agro Export. Andrei, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. First of all, let me thank the Italy and His Excellency Minister for his very important role and this very important and useful event. In recent years, Russia has become one of the largest food suppliers on the international market. Actually, among the 20 largest exporters of food and agricultural products, Russia has shown the highest growth rate since 2015. According to the results of the previous year, Russia produced more than 1,033 million tons of grain and had the world's largest wheat exporter and ranked third in terms of barley export. We are the second exporter of sunflower oil and the third one of rapeseed oil. Actually, Africa is one of the most important Russian food trade partners. The volume of mutual agricultural trade between Russia and Africa countries in 2020 increased by 20% and amounted around $6 billion. Russia's export to Africa boosted by 29% to more than $4 billion. According to our forecast, the additional potential for supply growth to the region is around $3.5 billion. In 2020 year, our main buyer from African countries were Egypt, Sudan, Nigeria, Tanzania, and Algeria. Dear colleagues, we all know that several previous years have become a stress test of the world food system, including the COVID-19 pandemic, which has turned to be a really serious challenge for supply chains around the world. It has led to an imbalance in the global trading system. According to FAO analysis, the Russian agro-industrial complex has steadily passed the pandemic period. Sustainability was achieved due to competitive advantages. Our agricultural production is geographically diversified. There is a fundamental basis for further development, more than 10 million hectares of unused arable land. In addition, Russia ranked second in the world in terms of gross freshwater resources. Dear guests, I would like to highlight that Russia can be a reliable partner, a food supplier for African countries, and a guarantor of the food security stability in the region. We are ready to vigorously develop trade and meet the growing food demand to the population increase. For the stable development of agricultural trade, we need to strengthen our joint cooperation in logistic infrastructure, technologies and human capital, information, analytics and communication competences. African continent is characterized by difficult climatic conditions. We all know that. And Russia is ready to participate in the development program of the African continent, such as Agenda 2063. We can act not only as a supplier of finished products or raw materials, but also as a service provider of integrated solutions and technologies. To develop stable communication with African countries, the Ministry of Agriculture of the Russian Federation together with the Agro-Export Federal Center, implements a range of comprehensive measures. Not only develop a number of analytical products, like export guides or market entry strategies, but also organizes business missions and exhibitions for our exporters. Thus, in order to strengthen cooperation with foreign countries, the Ministry of Agriculture has formed a network of its representatives abroad. In particular, our agricultural attaché will work in 10 African countries. By the way, the Russia-Africa Forum, which is scheduled for the next year, should give an additional input to our cooperation. I am sure that with joint efforts we will be able to fulfill the mutual trade potential. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Andrea, and particularly thank you for highlighting the importance of trade, but particularly the investment that's needed to facilitate increased equitable trade with Africa. We very much appreciate it. And it's also interesting to learn about the importance of communication and Russia's intent to expand, particularly its communication footprint in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to turn now to Luca Maestri-Pieri, and Luca is the Director General of the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation in Italy. So Luca, I have a question for you. Italy, of course, has a very long experience of development cooperation with Africa. Can you please touch on how Italy's development cooperation is evolving with respect to the emerging opportunities for food and agriculture? And if you could, please give us some examples.
Thank you for this opportunity, and I really want to thank the Ministry of Agriculture for organizing this very important meeting. As it is well known, agriculture, food security, and nutrition are consolidated priority areas of intervention for our cooperation. In this domain, the development of models centered on family agriculture and small-scale farmers, recognizing the pivotal role of women, is promoted. The Italian agency approach entails the achievement of sustainable agroecological practices by protecting the environment and preserving biodiversity, strengthening networks and cooperatives in order to improve the conditions for access to resources and to local markets, increasing resilience to shock and climate change, addressing the economic, social, and environmental causes that underlie poverty, conflict, and illegal migrations. Moreover, our action aims at strengthening sustainable and inclusive value chains and food systems in line with the valorization and the improvement of the quality of crops as functional to their conservation and, if any, to the enhancement of local and traditional knowledge. In this context, the Italian Development Cooperation promoted interventions aimed at enhancing the use of climate-resilient varieties, encouraging the production and the consumption of high-quality and nutritious food, and promoting healthy diets. In this framework, local communities' awareness-raising and marketing aspects are addressed as well. As for Africa, out of a total of 22 priority countries for our cooperation, 11 are in Africa. There are plenty of initiatives funded by the Italian Cooperation on Agriculture and Nutrition in Africa, through all the different channels of intervention, being direct intervention or through CSOs or involving also international organizations. Just to mention a few examples, in Ethiopia, we're supporting inclusive and sustainable value chains development in the Oromia region, aiming at improving the productivity standards and quality of durum wheat, processing tomato and horticultural products, enhancing the socio-economic empowerment of women along the value chain, and improving nutrition and dietary diversity of vulnerable target population. Recently, a very ambitious initiative has been funded by the European Commission to our agency in order to achieve in Burkina Faso and Niger resilient capabilities through agro-biodiversity-based solutions, and particularly the valorization of neglected and underutilized species that will constitute the driving force to better meet nutritional needs of rural communities, to create income-generating opportunities for youth, farmers, and women, and to support national and local institutions to cope with climate change and its effects on agriculture. Development of African private sector in order to develop innovative technologies in the local agroclimate and social context is another way through which the Italian cooperation can support our partners in Africa in achieving our common goals of Agenda 2030. I just want to mention, very recently, we have facilitated the presence of representatives of agricultural companies coming from different regions from Mozambique to MacFruit 2021 in Rimini in order to boost their technical know-how and to extend their economic potentialities. Lastly, I want to conclude by saying that all the described approach to rural development and food security will be included in a new strategic operational guidelines on rural development and food security, a document on which both the agency and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation have been working together for the last 12 months, and which is expected to be presented within the first months of next year. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much, Luca, for highlighting a few things. Particularly, as we've heard from previous panel sessions today, the strong experience that Italy has with family-based agriculture. I'm really pleased that you brought up the focus that you have on women, particularly, and on building resilience. Those that know African agriculture well will know that the face of agriculture there is likely female and is likely young. So the work that you're doing to support the realities on the ground, I think, is very much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to turn now to Andrea Illy. And Andrea is the chairman of Illy Cafe and the co-chair of the Regenerative Society Foundation. So Andrea, I have a question for you. The private sector is obviously a key player in agriculture globally, and particularly in Africa. From your perspective as a business and also involved in a foundation, what are the opportunities for private sector to strengthen cooperation, particularly with respect to innovation?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank Minister Patuanelli for the invitation and congratulating for the organization of the event. As is publicly known, Illy Cafe set the ambitious goal to be carbon-free in 2033. So decarbonization is the imperative, but it's not the only one, because we also need to contribute healing and restoring the natural capital which has been depleted. And agriculture plays an enormous role. First of all, because if it doesn't adapt to climate change, there will be no food security. But we also need to substantially mitigate its environmental impact, because agriculture is responsible for 28% of greenhouse gas emissions, a loss of 10 million hectares of arable land per year, of 70% of the water depletion and pollution, and eventually it jeopardizes the so-called biogeochemical cycles which are responsible for climate stability. So the good news that the actions for adaptation and mitigation are basically the same. It's about adopting non-conventional agricultural practices, which are based on soil, organic carbon enrichment, and biodiversity. Thanks to this, there are plenty of very favorable events like building fertility for the soil, hydration, boosting biodiversity, and resistance as well to erosion. In one word, it builds resilience, and it also reduces the dependency from agrochemistry. If one wants to have an even bigger impact, agroecology combines cultivated land together with forestation, and this allows not only to sequestrate large amounts of carbon with carbon sinks, but also to boost biodiversity, to increase water retention and lower temperature. In one word, it helps recovering ecosystems. So change towards this new system, what I name an agroecological transition, very similarly to what we need in energy transition, change requires an enormous effort in advocating, educating, and providing assistance. This is why, with some others enlightened entrepreneurs, we founded in Parma last year the Regenerative Society Foundation, which I have the honor to co-chair together with Jeffrey Sachs. We believe that corporations are the main stakeholders because collectively they are only one with a large enough critical mass to transition the change. In order to this strategy to maximize its impact, we shall focus on countries with the highest environmental and social impact, because social impact should go along together with the environmental one, according to the recommendation of the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change. Low-income countries, and particularly African countries, are on the top of the list. Investments in agroecology could not only boost agricultural production, but also alleviate poverty, improve health and nutrition of those communities, but also provide enormous agroecological services like offsetting carbon and provide extra income for growers thanks to carbon credits. These efforts should be made in a public partnership, a private-public partnership, in order to raise a blended finance and also create the necessary institutional framework. In order to make it happen, we believe that we need a model, a simple and scalable model, which is based on pilot farms, which can represent proof of concepts and education. We at ILI are pioneering this model in Ethiopia with a new farm, 360 hectares farm in the region of Oromia, where coffee has been planted for the first time in agroforestry. And the farm aims to be a carbon-free farm employing 2,000 people. Along with the pilot farm, to which, of course, we transfer knowledge through our agronomists, etc., and also the experience we do in other countries, we co-founded together with the Coffee and Tea Authority, Ethiopian Coffee Tea Authority, and with UNIDO, the training center, Ethiopian training center, in order to disseminate the knowledge that we will generate at this Kokere farm to the rest of the coffee growers in Ethiopia. So this is what we try to do, and we believe that this model that we experimented before for in other countries can be, let's say, adopted also by other crops and in other countries. So we really believe that this could be an interesting project to consider for the European Union, and in particularly for the Italian cooperation, because this will also contribute to let's say, preventing migration in the future. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Many thanks, Andrea, and particularly thank you for outlining the ambition for your company trying to reach carbon-free, but particularly highlighting the importance of, as you said, non-conventional agricultural practices, moving towards an agroecological transition, which of course has been a key topic within the G20 for many years. I also appreciated you highlighting the importance of public-private partnerships and blended finance, and I know we have some other panelists that will touch on that in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to now pass the floor to Arianna Gugliodori, who's the Secretary General of the World Farmer Organization. And Ariana, the question that I have for you is, according to your experience representing the voices of farmer organizations around the world, what are the main challenges and opportunities to meet the growing demand for food in Africa while also ensuring farmers' incomes and livelihoods improve? Over to you.
Grazie, Ron. Vorrei iniziare l'intervento in italiano per ringraziare il Ministro e il Governo per aver esteso all'Organizzazione Mondiale degli Agricoltori
also for having involved the Farmers Organization to attend this important meeting. The Farmers Organization was created by a group of agricultural organizations. In the past, they are here also. They wanted to speak loud. They wanted to be independent and report what the farmers were saying. So farmers chose exactly Rome, Italy, and I'm very proud of it.
Go back to English and to your point, Ron, the real challenge. So we heard a lot about finance, about policies, about how things should be handled, but let me try to reverse the paradigm. The real challenge that Africa is facing to feed its own population, like many other parts of the world, is that we still have a huge untapped potential, the potential of the millions of family farmers, small-scale producers that have been so far considered just like the targets of development aid. And unfortunately, this has many times kept them poor instead of helping them jump from poverty into wealth. So how can we do it from the perspective of a World Farmers Organization? First, we must recognize the true identity of family farmers, of smallholders, whatever you want to call them, the true identity of the farmers that are people, for sure, families, members of their communities, committed to be custodians of the environment, but they are first and foremost economic actors. Agriculture is a business and it has to be viable. Otherwise, we will never succeed in feeding Africa and the world. Second, we have to create a conducive environment at policy level to facilitate this potential to flourish. How can we do it? We must, for instance, allow all the farmers, and when I say all, I mean for sure all the women and young farmers in Africa and in other continents to be able to embrace agriculture as an opportunity, to be able to have access to land, access to finance. We must have innovative finance and forms that are tailored on the needs of agriculture and not built on someone else's business. We must allow them to be agripreneurs that are also taking care of the people and the planet, but that are thriving in their business, feeding their children, sending them to school happily. Third, we must face and be honest. We must face the big elephant in the room. We need to rebalance power in the value chains. If we don't bring back value to the farmers, we will never succeed in eradicating hunger and poverty. We must go beyond the idea of commodity prices that are in many cases not even discussed with the farmers, with the producers, and we must be able to recognize the value that farmers are delivering in terms not only of food, but also of ecosystem services. All of this will be impossible if we don't have strong, empowered farmers' organizations at grassroots, local, national, regional, global level. If we want to go the last mile between a beautiful vision for the world and the successful implementation, if we want to reach the most remote rural areas, the most vulnerable of the farmers, we need them to have independent, organized voices that can help shape the pathway towards sustainability. And with this coming to an end, I would like to launch a call for action here to all the honorable representatives of the G20 countries, to the international organizations, to the academia, the civil society, the private sector. We are just a few days away from this United Nations Food System Summit. Are we ready to dare partnerships in which we work with the farmers and not for the farmers, where we work hand in hand, farmers, private sector, civil society, governments, to shape the future of food systems? If we embrace these pathways, I'm sure we are going to succeed in the implementation of the Agenda 2030 and the vision of more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient food systems can be a reality. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Arianna. And particularly, we've heard your call to action. I really liked your message on empowerment, the voice of farmer, ensuring that farmers are represented and farmers have some influence over policies that affect their lives. I liked also you saying about the untapped potential of farmers and viewing farmers as economic actors, not as recipients of aid, but those that can be partners in business, partners in development pathways, etc. So we do hope that our G20 representatives will take on the challenge of making sure these messages are heard through the G20 process, but also in the Food Systems Summit next week. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now give the floor to Dino Scanavino, and Dino is the president of CIA, Agricoltori Italiani. So Dino, the question I have for you is, in your experience working with counterparts in Africa, what role does knowledge exchange and capacity building play in promoting agricultural development?
Grazie. Voglio ringraziare anch'io il Ministro Patuanelli e il suo staff e il governo italiano per averci dato l'opportunità di sviluppare una giornata così interessante. CIA Agricoltori Italiani fa parte di OMA e io condivido in pieno l'intervento dell'amica Giulia Dori.
Arianna Giuliadori.
Noi abbiamo come organizzazione,
as an organization, we promote an NGO which is based in Mozambique, also in Senegal, we in Cote d'Ivoire. As an organization, we have a company which is Agricoltura Vita, with many development projects belonging to the Global Alliance for Smart Agriculture. And it also promotes projects in other parts of Africa. We helped our farmers to start kinds of partnerships with Northern African countries, Morocco, Tunisia, and we learned to know them. We started to know them. Arianna rightly said that we have to pass from the promotion of informal agriculture to the promotion of the organization of agriculture, a kind of agriculture which looks to the market also, producing for self-sufficiency, but also producing something like 1 kilo more to be put on the shelters, to be put on the market. But for doing so, it is necessary to start from a common shared vision. In the Mediterranean, for example, Italy must play a fundamental role in the Mediterranean Basin, for example, in a leading role. Of course, we have to gradually start by sub-Saharan Africa and start by the central areas of Africa, starting to bring whatever it is needed. Energy, for example, we have to start the machineries, we have to market the products, we have to feed our breeds, to properly give proteins to the population. We have to use, to have access to technologies similarly to those we use in Europe, technologies which can be used in Africa, and to be used, they must have fundamental elements which allow these tractors, these plows, these machineries to properly work. So there is a problem of technical assistance, a problem of transferring scientific know-how and building also smart elements which are innovative in a way without reiterating the mistakes done in the past in Europe and in Italy by
creating plants based on biomasses, giving energy to villages, and without putting cables on wide areas all across the country, but also trying to focus on drying some croppings and some refrigeration processes for which we have to use some specific machineries. We need trade agreements to allow young people in Africa to choose to become farmers. Nowadays in Africa, the average age is 25 years. Farmers are 60 years old also in Africa. They do not approach agricultural world. They tend to go and live in the cities, in the big cities. So if we really want to have an agriculture which is environment friendly and which also keeps an eye on biodiversity that we have lost and that we can find again, maybe in that part of the world which is well treated and cultivated, where we can invest not only by using money, which is very important, of course we need much money, of course, but in terms of policies in favor of Africa, agreements, programs, development programs which must be shared and which find in the local stakeholders, the ambassadors of these projects, working in those areas with the farmers and the local communities. So we really believe that Italy, more than others, must be committed in this. In doing this, we also have a problem which is related to the social aspect of migration. We have a problem in phasing with modern instruments, a social emergency which can be mitigated only by developing economy in those places. My role in Oman, in all the places where international cooperation is involved in this project, along with the government and the governments, all this is available for a new development project which puts the economy and the African reality being the real stakeholders of their lives in a resilient environment, an environment which is really taking care of all the environmental related issues, trying not to reiterate the previous mistakes. By using our expertise, they can also improve their situation on the field.
Thank you very much, Dino, particularly for sharing the experience that you have of working in Africa. I particularly appreciated you highlighting some of the work that you're doing to moving farming and some of your partners in Africa from subsistence into more market-oriented agriculture. And particularly you highlighting the importance of innovation, technology, and modernization in the agricultural sector in Africa where you're working. You also highlighted the importance of youth and creating incentives for young people to engage in a modern, in a technology-driven agriculture, to create incentives for youth to have meaning in their agricultural work, but also creating incentives that young people will stay in the rural communities and invest in the areas where they're born and where their land is. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I now pass the floor to Luigi Scordamaglia. And Luigi is down here as the Managing Director of Filiera Italia. But getting to know him a little bit before this session, I know that he's has much broader experience than that. So, Luigi, the question that I have for you is, how can we strengthen the relationship between development and industry through development cooperation? Luigi, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks. A very challenging question in 4 minutes, but innanzitutto grazie signor Ministro, grazie dell'invito, soprattutto in una sessione che affronta il tema forse più challenging e sfidante di tutto il G20. Quanto unico, fondamentale e insostituibile sia il ruolo della filiera agroindustriale nell'assicurare uno sviluppo equo, sostenibile, ambientale, economico e sociale. La pandemia ha accentuato l'attenzione verso questo tema. L'Africa vive una situazione di paradosso, è il continente che più ha capacità produttiva agricola e che importa invece oggi il 90% del suo consumo alimentare. Quindi si è creata una paura e una tensione all'inizio, ma i segnali e la reazione sono stati positivi. non sufficienti ma positivi. È aumentato in molti paesi africani la produzione interna dei prodotti agricoli e l'agroalimentare ancora una volta, come nella precedente crisi di qualche anno fa, ha agito da cuscinetto per compensare gli effetti economici e sociali negativi. In alcuni paesi il 20% in più di famiglie hanno attivato l'attività agricola. L'Unione Europea dovrebbe imparare qualcosa da questo. La food security non è mai scontata, non è mai garantita. Se smantelli la produzione in un continente per ricostruirla durante la crisi, quando poi cominciano gli export restriction, le limitazioni, le impennate di prezzi, non ci riesci. L'Europa, in particolare l'Italia, però possono fare tantissimo per favorire lo sviluppo dell'agrobusiness in Africa, ma non con una funzione di assistenza. Presto l'Europa, l'Italia avremo bisogno dell'Africa quanto l'Africa ha bisogno di noi, in una perfetta sinergia win-to-win. L'Africa ha, è già stato ricordato, il 24% della superficie agricola utilizzabile, ha acqua, ha popolazione giovanile, purtroppo ha poi una serie di limitazioni infrastrutturali, logistiche, di trasformazione di catena del freddo che impediscono di scaricare in valore aggiunto questa enorme potenzialità. L'Europa e l'Italia hanno l'opposto. L'Europa e l'Italia in particolare, con soli 13 milioni di ettari, l'Italia riesce a produrre il più alto valore aggiunto europeo, 32 miliardi di agricoltura, 60 di agrobusiness. Come fa con poca terra a produrre così tanto valore aggiunto? In più l'Italia ha molte similitudini con l'Africa, aziende piccole, massima parte a conduzione familiare, microclimi molto diversi, grande biodiversità, forte identità locali che vogliamo mantenere, vogliamo non omologare. Allora come facciamo a esprimere così tanto valore aggiunto? Gli ingredienti sono semplici, filiera. Oggi non c'è più un'azienda che sia abbastanza grande a livello mondiale senza la propria supply chain, i propri farmers, le proprie decine di migliaia di agricoltori che si muovono insieme con questa azienda e Illy ce l'ha dimostrato praticamente. E poi tecnologia e innovazione. Siamo state of the art globale per precision farming. Noi consideriamo usare i satelliti, la georeferenziazione, vuol dire semplicemente considerare ogni ettaro di terra come un organismo vivente diverso dall'altro e trattarlo con grandissima cura, rispetto e attenzione. Esistono due modelli di sviluppo futuro. Uno, quello di cui l'Africa sta soffrendo, pensare che ci si possa accaparrare tanto terra, sfruttarla, rendendola sempre meno fertile. Non è possibile, perché abbiamo detto che in una generazione abbiamo perso 93 milioni di ettari. Allora la soluzione è quella italiana. E quella italiana vuol dire produrre di più per ettaro, ma con un più basso impatto ambientale grazie a tecnologia e innovazione. Il tutto perché le soluzioni semplicistiche non servono, non ci sono. Qualcuno vorrebbe proporre, per ridurre l'impatto ambientale, di passare ad una alimentazione sintetica, omologante, a trasferire dalla terra ai laboratori di poche multinazionali il futuro del cibo. Non è questa la soluzione. La soluzione è produrre rispettando la terra. Non sono parole, faccio alcuni esempi e chiudo. Coldiretti, Filiera Italia, insieme a Bonifiche Ferraresi, la più grande azienda italiana, ed Eni, che è presente in tutti i principali paesi africani, ha realizzato, per esempio, in Ghana, una produzione di pomodori in serra con il più basso utilizzo possibile di acqua. In Congo la produzione di ricino per rinnovabili con il più basso consumo di fertilizzanti e così mettendo alla base sempre il trasferimento di conoscenza e l'innovazione. Quindi ribadisco un modello di cooperazione che va oltre, come è già stato ricordato dal direttore della cooperazione, in cui sono le aziende italiane quanto quelle africane.
Italian and African companies could make advantages of the cooperation in the near future. Having the land and not destroying it, it's the best way of enjoying art. These are not just words. So I want to invite you in Piazza Santa Croce to see the examples of this synergy between a farmer, industrial partner, and technology to get to these goals.
Thank you very much,
Thanks.
Luigi, and particularly your last point on the synergy between industry, the private sector and farmers, but also you were mentioning about the importance of sustainability, particularly with lessening and reducing environmental impact. Very much also appreciated your highlighting of the interconnectedness of Italy with Africa, and particularly the commonalities that there are with respect to food and agriculture and the potentials that holds going forward. So thank you very much for sharing your experience. Very good, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very pleased now to have a remote guest as our next speaker. Elizabeth Nisimdala is a farmer, but she's also the president of the Pan-African Farmers Organization. Elizabeth, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. Very, very nice that you join us. The question that I have for you is you represent the voice of millions of African farmers. You've also engaged in the UN Food Systems Summit. What are the key messages that you have for the G20 on how to meet the growing demand for food in a sustainable and inclusive way? Elizabeth, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, distinguished Excellencies. Thank you for the opportunity to have African farmers' voice at the G20 around the table. And what an honor and a rare opportunity. I want first to start by thanking Ariana for really bringing out the messages of the smallholder farmers. And if I can narrow down that to my personal experience as a smallholder, as a young farmer and an entrepreneur, it really fits in what I've really gone through and what many other smallholder farmers go through. Professionally, as a social scientist with a master's in project planning and management. But when I finished my studies, I joined a community that was characterized of unemployment, limited access to resources, limited to factors of production, limited to access to land, and a poor policy environment that does not enable investment. So I really dreamt of being a game changer in the agriculture sector, and which I believe this is an area that can, where all of us can contribute to building sustainable food systems. Having the passion for agribusiness, I went on and attended additional studies in variation, where I learned many things to do with the banana value chain, including, making of crisps, making of cake, making of banana wine. And I decided to specialize in banana wine production because I thought it was more profitable and it would bring quick returns to my investment. The fact that the region where I come from was experiencing lack of market and post-harvest losses, I devoted my time to skilling and capacity building of cooperatives and farmers associations across the country in banana production. I've so far reached over 500,000 individuals, and this has been through empowerment of farmers economically, and this has led to the creation of a number of jobs across the entire country. So this work with the community and the local farmers organization, it pushed me at the leadership at the local level. And this later again pushed me at the leadership at the regional level as the president and the first youth and senior president of the Pan-African Farmers Organization. Why am I saying all this? I want all of you to pick one or two things from my personal experience to be able to influence what is happening at the global level when we discuss about the food system transformation. At regional level, I was privileged to champion a process for a regional law on cooperative through the Eastern African Farmers Federation. And ideally, this was supposed to facilitate regional integration. But as I speak now, the law was passed in 2015, but it is still waiting assent by the heads of state. Imagine 2015, up to now, 6 years down the road, it is still stuck in Tanzania and has not been assented to by the different heads of state. You've all seen the challenges of the pandemic. It where we are using big and remote to aggregate farmers for input, for service and output markets. This is running in 3 countries in Uganda, Rwanda, and Kenya, and where farmers have benefited in a number of services. At Africa level, we have tried to reshape the continent strategy towards value chain economic service delivery, and we have used the economic and social profile of farmers up to the UN level, up to the EU, up to the G20, working with our fellow farmers organizations like the World Farmers Organization to make sure that together we come up with a global position that speaks the language of the farmers. What has been more challenging is that as Africa, we are lacking a policy analysis to be able to attract the required level of investment in the agriculture sector. There has been overtaxation of the small and medium enterprises. From my experience, for every liter of banana wine that I put on the market, I have to pay 2,000 Uganda shillings in taxes. This makes my local products less competitive with the imported products. And my country, Uganda, is thriving in promoting people buy Uganda and build Uganda. And I just ask myself and wonder what kind of, praise they are putting across when such kind of taxation is again put on the farmer that ends that at the end of it all, it ends on the cost of the product. However, not all is lost. There are a number of opportunities. And I think, like Ariana has said, there is need to support farmers organizations to be strong entities to offer support services to our members. For the last 2 years, we have grown, we have partnered with EU, we have partnered with the state, and many other organizations and big corporations. We have built partnerships with the research, with academia, with government, and the private sector. I want to thank the G20 for putting together the Justice Fund as part of addressing the Middle East initiative. For the first time, and I must repeat this, for the first time, farmers organizations from Eastern and West Africa were able to benefit from this fund. However, we received this during the time of COVID, and the implementation has been kept by a bit of challenge. But our request as farmers organizations is that we expand the resource envelope so that we can have many beneficiaries. We increase the funding cycle. As farmers, we have built enough capacity to manage these funds directly. You can pursue that as an example, so that you can be able to see how we can, move forward with this. And once it works better, then this can be scaled. I know with that it can improve efficiency on the way how funds are utilized. I want to thank the Justice team for being very supportive. They've been very helpful, informative. I would like to wish that we continue building these partnerships stronger and stronger. FAO and the regional farmers organizations and other organizations of the world, like the World Farmers Organization, are ready to enter into mutual partnerships and be treated like equal partners. I thank you very much, all of you, for listening. Let's treat farmers as equal partners, because farmers are the solution to the agricultural system. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Farmers as solution for food systems, I think, is a very poignant point. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, our time has exceeded, and I'm disappointed because it would have been terrific to delve a little bit deeper into each of our speakers. But unfortunately, as I said, time's against us. I won't try and summarize the very rich discussion, but perhaps a few points that jumped out at me in the discussion. Firstly, it was highlighted by our speakers of the importance of agriculture as an agriculture, a cultural aspect of Africa, but also its potential to drive poverty reduction and to improve prosperity for rural people in Africa. The links of G20 members with Africa was also highlighted. And there was a point that was raised about not viewing African farmers as aid recipients, but as partners in business, partners in a development pathway. The importance of policy was just highlighted by Elizabeth, and she mentioned Africa suffering from a lack of analysis, which affects investments, it affects decisions around what kind of investments can be made. There were some very strong points that were made with respect to empowerment and the fact that farmers' voices need to be heard. They need to have influence on policies that affect their life. And farmer organizations or representatives of farmers can provide the voice to the voiceless. The issue of sustainability and resilience came up, and I think there was some very interesting examples that came from our private sector partners about the use of technology, the use of innovation, and particularly the promotion of modernization of agriculture. The types of partnerships, as Elizabeth highlighted at the end there, is critically important. Public-private people partnerships are a way forward, and there's a lot of innovative models that were highlighted by our panelists this evening. And the final point that I'll take is there was 2 calls of action for the G20 and its membership. Firstly, from Elizabeth, was to take forward the voice of African farmers, to trust in the capacity building and the empowerment and the investment that's been made in them. And she mentioned before that they're waiting. They're waiting for this trust and this show of support to take place. And we also heard again the need to make sure that we're empowering farmers to have voice. So the more that we can listen, the more that we can engage, will help us making the right kind of development cooperation and international cooperation investment decisions. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation, and particularly thank you to our panelists for your attendance and contribution today.
Grazie a tutti, grazie Ronald.
Thank you, Ronald. Thanks to all of you. And now we have come to the end of the session. I would like to invite Minister Stefano Patuanelli to come to the podium for the conclusions. And then we will have another music performance performed by the young artists. Minister, you have the floor.
If possible, I prefer to speak Italian.
I would like to speak Italian.
Il livello del dibattito di questo pomeriggio è stato altissimo e d'altra parte il
And on the other side, the level of the speakers, of the guests, was extremely high. So I would like just to make some conclusive and very quick considerations, because I see in your eyes that you are satisfied with the afternoon session, but also that you're tired not to lower such a high level panel. So we see that, as emerged today, that humans with their activities have created imbalances of different nature. So climate imbalances, and we have climate change affecting every single day our farmers. Also imbalances in different parts of the world, in managing water. In some places there is no water, in other places it is wasted. And then food production. Countries in which most people still suffer from hunger, and there is a growing part of the population that is having problems of access to food. And on the other hand, we have other countries where there is too much food waste, for example, in terms of food that is produced and not consumed, or biological food, so an over-intake of calories. Some countries are experiencing in the population, so we have to find a new balance. So how can agriculture participate in all this in order to find a new balance? It can do it through sustainability processes, and in fact, as the speaker said, one of the fundamental conditions for this to happen is innovation.
Attraverso
Through
l'innovazione
innovation,
possiamo aumentare la
we
produttività
can increase productivity
di tutti i nostri
of
produttori,
all our
dei nostri
producers,
agricoltori,
of our
anche
farmers,
delle piccole
even
produzioni agricole,
of
anche delle
small
microimprese che
farmers or
compongono
micro
molto spesso
farmers
lo scheletro produttivo
that
di
are
tanti
very
paesi del mondo.
typical of the production system of many countries of the world.
E in più
Moreover,
possiamo farlo
we can do it
garantendo un
by
accesso al
ensuring
reddito
an
agli agricoltori
access
che
to
renda
income
dignitoso
of
il
farmers
lavoro agricolo.
so that agricultural
Quindi migliorando la catena del
work
valore.
is a decent work, so by improving the value chain.
E ora come ultima
So
considerazione
as a
voglio
last
rivolgermi però ai
consideration,
decisori,
I would like to give a message to decision
compiti di
makers,
governo, a chi
so people in the government
al decisore
or political decision makers.
perché vedete se
Because you see,
questi momenti di riflessione
if these debates
non sviluppano poi azioni
do not
concrete,
result in concrete actions,
non portano poi
if
ha l'onere di
they
decidere a
do not
prendere le
lead
decisioni
decision
giuste
makers to
che ci
take the
consentono
right
di trovare
decisions
nuovamente
so that
quell'equilibrio
we
tra
can
l'uomo e il
actually
pianeta,
find again a balance between humans and the planet,
allora credo che questi
then
momenti, seppur
I
interessanti
believe
di alto
that even
livello,
if these are high-level
siano
debates or
autoreferenziali.
interesting, they are a little bit
Io ho la fortuna
self-referencing.
di presiedere
I have the fortune of
il G20,
presiding over
capita
the
una volta ogni 20
G20, which happens once every 20
abbiamo la
years, and
fortuna
we
di
have the
farlo
chance
a
of
pochi
doing
giorni
this a few days away
dal Food System Summit.
from the
System
Food
Summit.
Systems Summit.
Facciamo sì
So
che questo
we have to
momento sia
work so
ricordato come il
that
momento in
this is
cui
going to be
i
remembered
paesi
as a time in which
cominciato a
countries
cambiare
started to change
approccio, hanno
their
iniziato quel
approach.
percorso
They have
e continuano
started
quel percorso
walking in this
verso la
direction
sostenibilità.
towards sustainability.
Perché
Because
c'è una teoria che
there is one theory
si sta rafforzando
that is
ogni giorno di
becoming
più,
stronger
e che
and
è quella che
stronger,
l'uomo
i.e.
sia una specie animale
humans
autoestinguente
are self-extinguishing
grado
animals,
di
that they are
invertire
not able
la
to
rotta verso
reverse
l'estinzione.
the trend
Ecco, io
towards
credo che se noi che oggi dobbiamo
destruction.
prendere delle
So
decisioni
if we have to take decisions today,
non ci rimbocchiamo le maniche, non
if we
iniziamo a
do not
farlo,
roll up our
questa teoria si
sleeves
rafforzerà
and we do
sempre di
not
più e
start
diventerà una
doing it,
realtà.
this
Io
theory is
invece
going to
credo
become a
che
self-fulfilling
l'uomo non
prophecy.
sia
Instead,
una
I
specie
do not believe the humans
e
are
che
not
avrà la capacità di
self-extinguishing
invertire la rotta
creatures, and
anche
they will
grazie
be
al
able to
contributo
reverse the
dei
trend.
nostri
Also, thanks to the
dei
contribution
nostri
of
produttori
our
e
producers,
grazie al
our
contributo
farmers,
delle
and thanks to the
persone di buona
contribution
volontà
of
che
people of
prenderanno le
goodwill
decisioni
who
politiche
will
giuste
take the
in questa
right
direzione.
political decisions in
Grazie
this
di
direction.
cuore per aver
Thank you very
partecipato a
much with all
questa
my heart for
importante
having
giornata.
participated in
Grazie.
this wonderful
Grazie,
event.
Ministro.
Thank you, Minister.
Adesso
And
arriviamo all'ultima
now
parte
we come to
della
the final
giornata,
part of the day.
quindi invito
So
gli
I would like to
artisti del
invite the
Conservatorio Paolo
artists
Zampini
from
per
the Paolo
l'ultima
Zampini
esibizione. Permettetemi di
Conservatory for the
ricordare
last
i nomi
performance. I would like to mention them.
del soprano Nicoletta
Soprano
Herzog,
Nicoletta Herzog,
Silvia Spessot,
Silvia Spessot,
del tenore Carlo
tenore
Raffaelli,
Carlo Raffaelli,
dei baritoni Gonzalo
bariton
Godoy
Gonzalo
Sepulveda e
Godoy
Matteo
Sepulveda e
Mancini,
Matteo Mancini
e della pianista
and the
Beatrice
piano
Bartoli.
player Beatrice Bartoli.
Prego.
gelida manina, se la lasci riscaldar, cercar che giova, al buio non si trova. Ma per fortuna è una notte di luna, e qui la luna l'abbiamo vicina. Aspetti, signorina, le dirò con due parole, chi son, chi sono e che faccio, come vivo. Vuole chi Chi son? Chi son? Sono un poeta, che cosa faccio? Scrivo, e come vivo, vivo. In povertà mia lieta, scialo da gran signore, rimedini d'amore per sogni e per chimere e per castelli in aria. L'anima umilia in aria, talor dal mio forziere ruban tutti i gioielli, due ladri, gli occhi belli. Entrar con voi pur ora ed i miei sogni usati e i bei sogni miei tosto si dileguar, ma il furto non m'accora. Poiché va preso stanza la speranza, or che mi conoscete, parlate voi, e parlate chi siete. Vi piaccia dir. Libiamo negli eti calici che la bellezza infiora, e là fuggevano ora sinebria voluta. Libiam nei dolci fremiti che suscita l'amore, poiché quell'occhio al cuore onnipotente va. Libiamo, amor fra i calici più caldi baci avrà. Libiamo, amor fra i calici più caldi. Tra voi saprò di vedere il demonio giocondo, tutto è follia nel mondo, ciò che non è piacer. Godiam fugace rapido il guardian dell'amore, è un fior che nasce e muore, né più si può goder. Godiamo, c'invita un fervido cent'anno sinchiera. Godiamo, la tazza, il cantico, la notte, la bella e il riso, in questo paradiso ne scoprai lo fodi. La vita nel tripudio, quando non sani ancora, non dite che l'ignora, è il mio destin così. Godiamo la tazza, il cantico, la notte è bella e il riso, in questo paradiso ne scopra il nuovo di. Ne scopra il di. Ne scopra il di.
Saluto tutti e ringrazio tutti. Ringrazio il Conservatorio, ringrazio il teatro che ci ha ospitato e tutti quelli che hanno contribuito a rendere possibile questa giornata.